Good morning to all of you. And I'd like to thank you for attending Day 2 of Pacific Island Nations Weeks, despite your busy schedules and despite the heat. Session 4 is Sustainable Tourism and Preservation of Traditional Culture, and from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, the Director of a Division of Island Nations of SPF, Mr. Shiozawa.
Good morning. Now, today's subject matter. For one, we have a session on sustainable tourism, and on the 11th, we also have the discussion on tourism from a wider economic perspective. But today, we focus upon the practitioner's perspective. So, about the purpose of this session, in the Pacific Island nations, amongst the Pacific Island nations, the level of the tourism sector vary from country to country. Fiji, Palau, and the Cook Islands, the tourism has a large impact on the national economy, but there is a little impact on the national economy of tourism in countries like Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands. Before the COVID, for example, in the mid-2000s, the major policy was to focus on how large, how many tourists they are going to invite. But such a policy applies to Fiji, Palau, and the Cook Islands, but not to many other Pacific Island nations. And in 2016, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation started a project on the tourism, the eco-friendly tourism. And in that process, we developed a Sasakawa model, which incorporates the community-based ecotourism from the microscopic point of view. And that became a major methodology for sustainable tourism. But the COVID changed the situation, even though such a program didn't apply to from microscopic point of view. The sustainable tourism has become a mainstream, having both the perspectives of mass tourism and the community-based tourism. And so Tuvalu in the Marshall Islands, where the tourism sector doesn't have a major impact on the national economy, in such countries, the tourism has become more active. So today we have the national policy, state policy, and the community-level programs in Palau and the other countries, and also we introduced the Sasakawa model we developed, as well as example of a collaboration between tourism industry and the fishers. Thank you.
I'd like to first of all then invite a speaker from SPTO, the CEO of SPTO, Mr. Chris Cocker. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Warm Pacific greetings, ladies and gentlemen. But first of all, may I firstly thank the organizers, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and particularly Hida-san for the opportunity to attend this auspicious event. But before I begin, it is important that we start off with who is the Pacific Tourism Organization. We were established in 1983 and we are based in Suva, Fiji. We're the only intergovernmental regional organization for tourism in the region, and we were mandated by our leaders to market and develop tourism in the region. We have 20 Pacific nations, ranging from Easter Island in the east, right up to the north, the Republic of Marshall Islands, and then to the west, Timor-Leste and the Kingdom of Tonga in the south. We're quite unique as a regional organization. Private sector plays an important role, and we have over 100 private sector members. I think it's important that we see a snapshot of tourism, comparing it to now, post-COVID and pre-pandemic. The total tourism receipts as of 2019 was US 3.5 billion. In 2023, it was US 2 billion. Just a reminder that we started from zero after the pandemic hit us. The total contribution of tourism to the region's GDP was 148 US billion in 2019, and in 2023 it was US 143 billion. The international tourist air arrivals to the Pacific was 2 million in 2019, and it's now 1.9 million in 2023. Cruise arrivals to the Pacific was about 748,000 in 2019, and in 2023 it was 678,000. The moral of the story is that tourism is a resilient sector, and it could bounce back very quickly after a pandemic or a national disaster. Also, we are about to reach our pre-pandemic levels in 2023, and I'm sure it will continue to grow in 2024, etc. So who are our top 5 destinations in our 2023 figures? Fiji is doing extremely well, leading with 54%, followed by French Polynesia, 15%, 6% Cook Islands, as well as New Caledonia and Samoa follows of 4%. Our top markets, or source markets, Australia leads very strongly with 34%, followed by New Zealand, 23%, and 14% is the USA, and 11% Europe. I think it's important because we talk about sustainability, and let's look at how tourism impacts the area of waste, freshwater, etc. In terms of waste, tourism generates the highest amount of waste in the Pacific compared to other sectors and households. About 37,000 tons per year, of which 20% leaks into the ocean. In terms of freshwater consumption, one study says that tourists use up to 8 times more the amount of fresh water than locals. Energy used by our private tourist operators is associated with greenhouse gas emissions, local air pollution and noise, and presents risk to the marine environment. Energy cost is the highest cost to our private sector or tourism operators. The environmental and social impacts of tourism are evident in areas such as cruise tourism in Vanuatu. Vanuatu receives 365 cruise ships a year. So that's one cruise ship a day of about 2,000 to 3,000 passengers. And we're starting to see the negative impacts. In terms of air visitors to the Cook Islands, there are more air visitors than the local population. There's about 20,000 people in Cook Islands and about more than 100,000 visitors visiting the Cook Islands. Post-COVID recovery. As we all know that our leaders have developed and endorsed the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. And if we could look at the thematic areas, which is on the 3rd row, I would just like to highlight the ones that tourism links very strongly to, particularly people-centered development, which our connection to it is culture. Resource and economic development, tourism is a key driver for economic growth in the region. And of course, we link to climate change and oceans and environment. And we do support the work of SPREP as well as SPC and the key regional organizations in this case. And finally, of course, we have a strong link to technology and connectivity. In technology is digitalization, transformation of the tourism sector, and in connectivity, particularly air. As you can see, most of our passengers arrive by air. Although COVID was a negative impact to our tourism industry in the Pacific, but it gave us the opportunity to sit back, to reset, and rethink and rebuild. We changed our vision, and it's focused in empowering and also empowered by and benefiting from sustainable tourism. Our mission is focused on innovative partnerships, such as that we have with Sasakawa Peace Foundation, PATA, and all other key organizations. We have 3 areas of focus, which is marketing, research and statistics, and sustainable tourism planning and development. One of our greatest achievements during COVID, because there was not work to do, was develop and get our ministers to endorse our 3 key strategies, which help achieve our areas of focus alluded earlier. We have a 5-year digital strategy, a 10-year statistics strategy, and a 10-year sustainable tourism policy framework. I think in terms of sustainable tourism, it is vital that sustainable tourism will only become a reality in our Pacific Islands when there's a shared understanding, clear priorities, and a collaborative approach to address them. And if we look at local communities, we must ensure that tourism meets the local needs and protects their natural and cultural heritage. With national partners, it is important that they implement sustainable tourism policies and solutions. And in the industry, it enables and contributes to the well-being of communities. Communities must benefit from tourism, which is not really happening in our region. And I think the work that Sasakawa Peace Foundation is doing in Palau is a great pilot project that could be replicated to allow other member countries. Travelers, it's important that they advocate for sustainable tourism. And of course, we see the trends now that tourists are becoming more environmentally responsible. For our international partners, it is important to have partnership and also mobilize resources to help us. And finally, regional partners, it's important for them to enable cross-sector collaboration and intervention that supports sustainable tourism in our region. So SPTO's 10-year Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework, which is a regional umbrella policy framework that each of the islands could develop and customize their own national policy frameworks. The vision is we are empowered by and benefiting from tourism that's resilient, prosperous, and inclusive. There are 4 goals. Goal 1 is prosperous economies. Goal 2 is thriving and inclusive communities. Goal 3 is visible and valued cultures. And goal 4 is healthy islands and oceans. So what are we doing in terms of our sustainable policy framework for the 4 goals that I've alluded earlier? For resilient economies, through the New Zealand government, we have developed and also launched our first Pacific Sustainable Tourism Standards for destinations and industry. Through the US Embassy, we've conducted SME recovery trainings and toolkits for our member countries. Through UNDP, we've helped the small island state countries, as listed there, with national sustainable tourism policies. And through UNESCO, we've developed geopark developments in Fiji, Samoa, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. In the goal of community empowerment, we've conducted plastic repurposing trainings, turning trash into cash in a lot of our small island states and some of our countries, a joint partnership between UNDP and the Chinese Embassy and other partners. We've used Kio Island, based in Fiji, as a community tourism development plan and are still working with them. And at the moment, we're doing a gender audit of SPTO and selected national tourism organizations to highlight the important role that women play in the tourism industry in partnership with ADB. In terms of goal 3, which is culture, in May this year, we launched the first Pacific Cultural and Heritage Tourism Guidelines, funded by New Zealand Maori Tourism. We also conducted a sustainable tourism assessment of 10 Pacific World Heritage Sites with UNESCO. And in Goal 4 of Environment, we're working very closely with SPRIP on environmentally auditing guidelines, marine tourism guidelines, environmental impact assessment guidelines for coastal tourism development. And of course, on a global scale, we have signed to the Glasgow Declaration, who's organized by UN Tourism. So potential future initiatives that development partners could be interested in Goal 1 is on sustainable tourism investment, looking at the blue economy, green investments, insurance schemes, etc. In community empowerment, definitely social inclusion of youth, women, people with disabilities, men and boys, etc. Community development, indigenous development and support programs, sustainable cruise development, etc. There is a move and a demand from our member countries to move away from large cruise ships, but more into expedition cruises that are more sustainable for our region. Culture, the support of revival of our cultural practices and also stories. Sustainable use of heritage sites, the development of art and creative industries, which is very important for our people. And also destination positioning, using culture as our unique selling point for product differentiation, as well as to differentiate ourselves and amongst our Pacific member countries. And the goal of environment, we are looking at supporting our tourism industry to switch to renewable energy sources, certified carbon offsetting programs, the disaster risk reduction, look at waste management and green infrastructure and climate proofing infrastructure, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, there's not everything is an easy road to go and travel in sustainable tourism. There are challenges. The large and diversified supply chain makes it more complex. There are many stakeholders with competing priorities. Some are looking at economic growth, recovery, diversification, risk, and resilience. Priority issues such as energy use efficiency, waste reduction, water use efficiency, and emissions reduction are cross-cutting and reliant on infrastructure that may not exist in our region. There is still lack of funding and incentives for the industry to implement sustainable tourism initiatives. And there are different starting points to make it more complex in terms of awareness, education, and training, which is very vital. And cross-sector agency coordination is often difficult to navigate for industry and stakeholders. So finally, what is the way forward from SPTO's perspective in this post-pandemic? Responsible recovery is very important, and it is where people and the planet matters most. Regional leadership by SPTO is essential, and digital transformation is a no-brainer. And any regional work that we do must have country solutions, and global and regional cooperation is vital. There must be also an integrated approach. And SPTO and our member countries are committed to measuring sustainability, looking at the economic, the social, cultural, also and the environmental impacts. And finally, last but not least, we do need the help of sustainable financing from our development partners. I just want to end with a video that re-emphasizes the importance of sustainable tourism and the work that we have to just finish my presentation.
Home to over 2.5 million people, spread across nearly 20% of the planet, Pacific peoples have a deeply rooted heritage that is intrinsically linked to our island and ocean resources. These have been the lifeblood of our communities, sustaining us for generations. Tourism is vital to many nations in the Pacific, fueling economic growth, creating jobs, and generating income for our communities. The COVID-19 pandemic was a catalyst for reimagined approach to tourism. The Pacific Tourism Organization partnered with governments, industry, and community leaders from 20 Pacific nations to craft a new regional tourism vision that by 2030, the Pacific Islands will be empowered by and benefiting from tourism that is resilient, prosperous, and inclusive. It improves the well-being of our communities, protects, restores, and promotes our cultures, islands, and ocean ecosystems. We developed the Pacific Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework to steer this vision. There's been a remarkable momentum since its launch in the late 2021, with 19 nations now committed to taking meaningful action to advance to a model of sustainable tourism that secures a more equitable, prosperous, and sustainable future for Pacific peoples. Together, we prepared the Pacific Sustainable Tourism Standard for destinations and industry. The standards provide direction and guidance to support us to implement sustainability standards throughout the region at national and individual business levels. We have laid the foundations for establishing a community of practice so that we can share our collective knowledge and work together on innovative solutions needed to drive sustainable tourism practices across the Pacific region. Despite these significant achievements, there is more work ahead. To secure a sustainable and resilient future for Pacific peoples through tourism, we must strengthen our communities and tourism businesses against natural disasters, economic shocks, and climate change. Pacific destinations need capacity building, infrastructure development, as well as strategies and tools to diversify tourism offerings, promote the uniqueness of our islands, leverage technology, ensure cultural preservation, and environmental stewardship. This journey demands visionary leadership and a holistic and forward-thinking approach that is supported by unwavering commitment from governments, industry stakeholders, communities, and development partners. A coordinated approach is vital to our success.
We see tourism as the vaka, the vessel we use to navigate towards greater sustainability and the resilience of our people, our culture, our islands, and indeed our ocean. There is much work to be done to transition to a more sustainable tourism future, and the time is now. The time for governments, industry, development agencies, and partners to help us navigate our journey towards a better type of tourism. We have come a long way together, and we look forward to strengthening our existing partnerships and building new ones to support us in our efforts.
Domo arigatou gozaimasu.
クリスさんありがとうございました。クリスさんとは2017年ぐらいからつかず離れずで意見交換させていただいたり協力していただいてます。で、面白いのは、例えばコロナ前とかですね、僕がパラオで仕事していて、それを他の国に広げようと思って違う国に行くと、もう全然聞く耳持たないという人も多くて、それはなぜかというと、経済的に大きなインパクトはないから、こんな小さいことはやりたくないっていう話が結構あったりして、でそれがコロナ後に回ってみると SPT
economic impact, but after the COVID, their interest apparently rose because they became more interested in what we had been practicing in Palau, and we now find that we can the same. We now believe that the concept would be workable in other countries as well. Next, we'd like to invite Minister Ngiraibelas, Ministry of Human Resources, Culture, Tourism, and Development.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Malungil tutal maradrogui. First, let me thank Sasakawa Peace Foundation for the invitation and for the hospitality. I particularly want to thank Director, Senior Program Officer Hideyuki Shiozawa for his continued support in the region. Hold on a second. I also want to highlight what Chris has said. Mr. Cocker, it's in line to see what you guys are doing in the South Pacific. But if there's a word that I heard that sort of resonates in the heart of what we're doing in Palau, I think it's the holistic approach. when I first became chairman of Palau Visitors Authority about 8 years ago, and I come from the private sector, I realized that a lot of the things we do in government is siloed. The national government has all these wonderful pictures and numbers to show what we're doing. But when you come down to the state level and you work your way down, all the way down to the community, you realize there's a disconnect. And so what I'm about to discuss this morning is taking what Chris has talked about and trying to share the Palau story, what we've done to get the actual people in the communities involved in tourism. Another word that I like to use is connection. People to people requires connection. Travel requires connection, airlines. And so connectivity from a international perspective all the way down to the person in the community requires that. The first mandate I got from our president, Surangal Whips, was to reorganize the way the ministry worked. So if you notice, I'm the Minister of Human Resources, Culture, Tourism, and Development. The idea for that was to combine commerce, community, and get the people involved. So his theme is Agotar Adar Belau, Palauan people first. People think that's a political position, but it's not. It's actually connecting all those dots. Human resource is the largest resource we have. It's people. I just got back from FESPAC in Hawaii. You go to a beach, it's a beach. Waikiki's a beach. Palau's got a beach. Tuvalu's got a beach. But it's the culture and people that make it unique. And I think that's the connectivity we need to focus on. And that's what I think Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Hide has been trying to identify throughout the Pacific. I also want to share with you where Palau is. A lot of times, when you look at the map, and we saw this with Chris's presentation, you see a big blue ocean, but you don't realize there's 2 million people, the largest indigenous people living in those islands. Palau in particular has 300 of those islands. It's the second largest exclusive economic zone, about 600,000 square kilometers, with 18,000 people and 16 different states. These are traditional villages that became states that make up the entire country. It sounds small, but as Hide will attest, when you come down to the grassroots level, you're dealing with, I've got 2 governors with me, that's 16 governors. We still have a system of traditional governments where we have chiefs. So I've got 16 of those. So when the lower you get, the more complex trying to accomplish what Chris was saying, the community-based tourism. So about 7 to 10 years ago, we started this idea of how do we get more Palauans involved in tourism. And the way it was happening between 1980, when Japan started tourism in Palau, until about 2015, we realized that the numbers were spiking, but the benefits to the local community was not happening. So when I became, not just myself, but what we noticed in Palau, if you look at these trends, is 2015, all of a sudden, just like Chris was saying, numbers of airlines started going up. 2015, we had the largest number of tourists. It was about 168,000 tourists, and 90,000 came from China. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just we realized that the imbalance in tourism was sort of pushing other markets out, particularly the Japanese, the Koreans, and the Taiwanese. So during this time, we came up with a policy where we needed to take more control of airlines coming in. But then what happened? COVID. So if you look 2019, all of a sudden, we went to ground zero. So part of the recovery phase, we started talking to Taiwan about a bubble economy. So I don't know if you recall, but we were one of the first countries to have a travel bubble between 2 countries, because we had no COVID between Taiwan and Palau. 2021, all of that changed, and now we've got only 2 airlines flying. We've got China Airlines coming in from Taiwan, and United Airlines coming in from Guam. Just to give you an idea of how to get to Palau, like all the other islands in the Pacific, we share the same challenge: connectivity. So in order to get to Palau, you need to fly either through Guam or Taiwan. And now with our friends in Australia, we've connected through Air Nauru, a direct flight from Brisbane, as well as an island hopper that goes from Brisbane, Nauru, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Ponape, and Palau, sort of an island hopper. And so what these larger countries, Japan, for example, and Taiwan and Australia need to realize is in between those dots is us. And we need support in connectivity. We need regional airlines to look at how a Japanese customer can fly to Palau and from Palau go to other islands. Now this is where the policy of community-based tourism comes in, and we've been working with Taiwan on a concept. They work with Austronesian Forum, where we're trying to develop different pockets of indigenous tourism or community-based tourism experiences, where with connectivity you can actually island hop and experience those. And so with Island Forum, I was in Taiwan a few months ago, and part of the idea we're pitching is, how do we get an airline to not only fly through, which we have now, but how do we, with the help of Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Hide, create different experiences throughout those islands? And so just like Europe, you had a Eurorail, you can actually island hop and travel throughout the Pacific. But we need to build that capacity within the islands. And we need everybody's support in doing that. Just to share with some numbers, people like numbers. 2015 was the height of our tourism, and we realized that carrying capacity became an issue. A lot of the tourists who come to Palau scuba dive. And the area where they scuba dive is a very small area, and at times there were probably more scuba divers than sharks. And so the experience diminishes with more numbers. Right now, we're at about, I would say, 43% from pre-COVID numbers. But if you look at the numbers, Japan and Korea are still lagging behind because of connectivity. One thing we realize is every time you fly, if a customer has multiple stops, the more stops, the less they want to travel. So direct connectivity is very important to us. And so we're hoping that through this process and this week, Hide, we can entice a Japanese airline to fly direct. Because pre-COVID, we were getting 2 flights a week. And actually, at the height, we were getting 4 flights a week. So right now, it's 0. And so every consumer from this country has to fly through Taipei, which is inconvenient because they have to overnight. So they lose a day, and the typical traveler goes between 3 to 5 days. So you're losing 2 days, which is very inconvenient. So what did we do? So everything that Chris said is true. People realize that over-tourism is not the way to go. Palau has been taking a very different stance, and we wanted to focus on high-value tourism. And what is that? That is people who stay longer and spend more money, essentially. And how do we do that? By working with the communities to develop community-based tourism. So about 7, 8 years ago, we piloted a program in Airai, and I've got the governor here who will speak the specifics. Part of the reason I brought these governors is to share with you the challenges that took us from 8 years ago to what we have now. Imagine trying to get a community with 8 different women's groups, multiple men's groups, a state government together, and develop a program. That in itself is very hard to fathom. Now, having one wife is difficult, but now imagine having 300 women you're dealing with. And so what we did was we systematically chose certain women's organizations, because Palau is a matrilineal society. So the easiest way for us, the strategy was, if we can get to a women's group, they will influence everybody else. So we picked a group and we said, you know what, we're going to develop a tourism product around this. And what we told them was, we're not changing your lifestyle. You're going to do exactly what you do. The grass weaver, the grass skirt weaver is going to do the grass skirts. The women are going to cook, and the men are going to provide the assets, which is the men's traditional bai and other canoes. So everybody, the components were there. It was just a matter of getting everybody on the same table and deciding and agreeing to work together. And so designed a program called an Ali Pass. Everybody was thinking, what is this thing? The Ali Pass essentially is what Hide and Sasakawa Peace Foundation is trying to do. But what it is essentially is an agreement between different organizations on what their role was in the entire product. So the women knew that their job was to provide the dancers, provide the food, and provide some of the entertainment. And the men's groups provided all the other hard assets, the bai, the canoes, and the land, because traditionally the chiefs own those. So we're working with chiefs, we're working with women's groups, and we're working with the state government that provides all the other components of cleaning the area and maintenance. So when we put all of those components together, we didn't really change anything or alter people's lives. We just wanted to create an authentic experience that is unique to Palau. And so that's what you get when you do this tour. Now, Hide has been a big part of this in Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and he's working with multiple states to develop multiple or different experiences. So the person who comes and visits Palau can have different experiences, not the same. Because after 2 or 3 days in the water, you get bored. So I'm taking it down to the grassroots level. How do you, for example, if any of you came to Palau, how do I keep you entertained for a longer period of time? We've also been working with, so Chris talked about technology. So first we got the women involved in technology too. We put everybody on a messenger group chat, because we realized that culturally it's difficult to get these women's groups. You can't have them work like a 9-to-5 job. It doesn't work that way. You need to have them, it has to be fluid. So some of the women would be busy next week, so they would say, okay, you guys take this over. So it took about a year for them to eventually get a system. It's not a Shinkansen, more like a Hutsudensha, where they would know when their turn was to run the tour. And so it takes patience. You need to sit down and figure out what the lifestyle was. So sustainability to us is our culture. We have to work within the confines of the culture. How do we, there's a funeral today, so I can't go. Okay, then you guys do it. So we actually came down to the grassroots level and we started working with them, introducing technology on how they can organize and schedule these tours. And so today I'm proud to say that they're able to do that. And the fisherman knows when to get the fish, the crabbers, and we involve every piece of the community. So what we're trying to do is not alter life, but to share our lifestyle with the consumer. Another big part of what we feel is something that I think the South Pacific organization and us can partner with Sasakawa Peace Foundation is, how do we regionalize this? How do people know that there's experiences in other regions in the Pacific? And that's part of the pitch that we had with the Austronesian Forum in Taiwan, was to work with OTAs, online travel agents. The one in particular is KK Day, for example. How do we work with a major OTA and to have a link that shows all of these experiences? So people can go in, because right now if you go to any, like Expedia, they'll show you the most popular, the mainstream experiences. What we need is a collective, regional, Pacific-wide mechanism where if you were a consumer looking for that product, you can click on it and you know exactly where it is. So that's something here that I think is a challenge we need to work on, is how do we jointly market unique products? Because it's easier to find the big boys, but how do we help the little consumer, the little operator who has no resources to pay for the kind of money that is required to be on those OTAs? A big part of what our President Whips, has been doing is also reviewing a lot of our major ocean policies. So we have the largest marine sanctuary in the world. And part of the marine special planning has been to review and study that policy and to see where Palauans and the locals can benefit from the resources. I think there's a misunderstanding where people think we're trying to alter the size of this thing. It's not really that. It's about having an in-depth study on what resources we have within our EEZ and how do we as a people benefit from that. And how do we not over-harvest or force our people to not have that resource in the future. So sustainability was understanding and having the data to make the right decision. So I think part of that study and policy is to really have an in-depth study that allows us to use data to make decisions in the future. One of the most, I guess, the world first policy that we enacted a while back is called the Palau Pledge. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is something, and I credit a few women who were in Palau who decided that they loved the ocean, they loved Palau, and they wanted to share an idea. So the Palau Pledge is a policy where every traveler to Palau gets a stamp put on their passport. And the stamp, as you see on the left, you sign your passport saying, I promise to take care of the environment. And Hawaii has adopted the same policy with the Keiki Pledge. And I want to read that to you before I end. It says, children of Palau, I take this pledge as your guest to preserve and protect your beautiful and unique island home. I vow to tread lightly, act kindly, and explore mindfully. I shall not take what is not given. I shall not harm what does not harm me. The only footprints I shall leave are those that will wash away. And so I think that's sort of the essence of the policy we're trying to express. And I truly believe that moving forward, we need to work together. There's got to be a better collaboration, Hide-san, on how every island has so there has to be some kind of a forum or a way for us to do this. There's got to be more dialogue between national governments, state governments, and communities. It cannot be siloed. You can't do this in Palau only. It's got to be shared, I think, internationally. And so I want to thank you again. I want to thank the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And I hope that throughout this week, it's one of the largest meeting with leaders. And I hope we can really sit down and come up with a plan that isn't unique to the South Pacific or to the North Pacific, but one that is holistic and really takes into account the people that are least heard. Thank you very much.
二来大臣ありがとうございました。二来大臣とは
Thank you very much.
大臣が大臣になる前からですね、局長の
Well, before Mr. Ngiraibelas became the minister, yes, we have been working very close with each other. Sometimes Sasakawa Foundation didn't exclude information to others. Well, in the late 2022, after COVID, we were able to resume our activities in Palau and the Pacific Islands. And then we started we were able to share a lot of information with the minister and with the local communities. We look forward to ongoing collaboration. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Kadoi Rukat, PVA, Palau Visitors Authority. He's the face of PVA. Thank you, Mr. Kadoi Ruket.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be part of the Pacific Islands Nations Week seminars and to be a speaker and a panelist on the topic of sustainable tourism. Today I'll be talking about how has Palau pioneered a new model of sustainable tourism. What does sustainability mean, and how are we implementing sustainability in our marketing efforts and initiatives and in working relationship with the different state governments in Palau? What does sustainability mean to us Palauans? It means ancestral knowledge, traditional practices that have been passed from generations and now still practiced today. Our traditions are ingrained in us. It's in our DNA. And this is evident in our sustainability roadmap. As you can see on the presentation, I want to share some of the important policies and regulations that our government and state governments have put together in protecting our resources. So in 1956, Ruid Islands, or 70 islands in the southern lagoon of the Coral State, put together their wildlife preserve and created in 1956. In 1994, the passage of the Marine Protection Act, which includes a moratorium on fishing for bumphead parrotfish and bumphead wrasse. 2003, Protected Areas Network established a framework for protected areas across Palau to get access to technical assistance, monitoring, and funding. Then in 2006, Palau joined the Micronesia Challenge, a commitment of Micronesia states to conserve 30% of the marine environment and 20% of the terrestrial environment by 2020. Another notable year is 2009, Palau established the world's first shark sanctuary. Then in 2010, Palau declared its exclusive economic zone to be a marine protected sanctuary. Then in 2012, Rock Island Southern Lagoon became a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 2015, Palau National Marine Sanctuary Act is signed into law. Then in 2017, Palau launched the Palau Pledge that Minister Tmetuchl covered. In 2022, first small island developing state seats to be the host of our oceans in April of that year. If you can see, our tourism grew through the years starting from 1980 all the way to 2023. So we started in 1980 with just 5,200 visitors. I'm not going to go through all the years, but if you can see, in 2015, that was the highest year of our tourism arrivals at 345 visitors. Minister Tmetuchl touched up on that, on being responsible tourism. The government of Palau put into a policy to reduce flights by 50%. It is evident with the statistics that the minister shared to us this morning. In 2023, last year, we ended the year with 41,227. Although it's not in there, this year, 2024, in May, we have 23,600 visitors. We are recovering at a steadily incline, and it is with that, our government looked at the increase of tourists pre-COVID. We looked at the carrying capacity. And so in 2017, the Responsible Tourism Policy Framework was created. It covered the years 2017 to 22 for a 5-year period, but right now, the Minister and the Bureau of Tourism and PVA, in working with the state, we started revising the tourism policy framework. And that's including all stakeholders, the tourism industry partners, businesses, and state government. Then in 2017, the Palau Pledge was created. 2018, the Responsible Tourism Education Act was produced, and that's really was focusing on the reduction of plastic waste, reusable containers that the tour operators use, and also the limitation on reef toxic sunscreen. These were put in place to ensure that our communities, government, work with our tourism industry partners and visitors in raising awareness and education. Oops, sorry. The Palau Visitors Authority started in 2018 what we call the Ali Pass program. And here with us is the Governor of Airai and Governor of Ngaraard State. In their presentation, they will share some of their challenges and success. The Ali Pass program, if you give me a moment to explain, was created to support the responsible tourism policy framework by encouraging the development of high-value tourism products, to diversify offerings, drive tourism beyond the most concentrated areas of tourism, to involve the community and contribute to their livelihoods, to showcase and preserve Palau's cultural heritage, to create passes to attract visitors, to experience not just one state, but multiple states and attractions. Second, PBA worked with the Palau Pledge team and the Ministry of Human Resource, Culture, Tourism, and Development in putting together what we call the Business Pledge. The Palau Business Pledge supports local businesses by highlighting their efforts to promote sustainability and contribute positively to the local community. By signing the Business Pledge and becoming certified, a business will begin a journey to reduce their impact on the environment, lower cost, and attract new eco-minded customers, helping them grow sustainably. Also, the ministry and PVA is working on a carbon calculator. The calculator is to promote awareness among visitors to consider their carbon footprint and take meaningful actions, such as engaging in tree planting or contributing to an ecological cause to offset their environment impact. I would like to segue to two high successful products of the Ali Pass. So we have here is a product of Airai State Government. It's called Experience Airai, Sense the Culture, where visitors go to the state, they have a local guide, and they'll go through the state, what we call their cultural heritage tour. They will visit the chief's meeting house, a war canoe, and they'll visit a traditional skirt maker, and they'll also visit what we call a biota, and they're working on different fish species where the visitors have a chance to release certain fish during their seasons, like parrotfish, rabbitfish, and then they'll also get to experience a taro pots experience where they can go to the village with a woman who was born and raised in the village. They'll take them to the taro pots and they'll get to experience how to cultivate and harvest the taro pots, which is very hard according to the women of Palau. This is one of the new tours that the PVA is working on. It's called the Kingdom of the Northern Sky Tour, and it's located in Malkyok State. And that's in production right now. So we're working with one of their tour guides and the governor of the state to really see how we can market it. We have to work with them on the pricing and the scheduling and the type of visitors that they want to visit the state. Lastly, I would like to talk about Discover Ngaraard, which Governor Sakuma will cover in his presentation. We talked with him, and then we decided that the Discover Ngaraard will have a theme of trails of legends and lore. As you can see in the photos, they will be covering Ngaraard, the Fountain of Youth, the rock art, petroglyph, the ancient village, and then you'll end your tour at one of their beach. It's called Quaps, which I know Hide has visited multiple times. And then they'll also take you to some of their ancient structures, what we call in Palau River. So in closing, I would like to take this opportunity to really thank the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, especially Mr. Hideyuki Shiozawa, Director of the Division of Island Nation, for his hard work in putting this Pacific Islands Week seminar together. I know it's not easy, Hide, and I saw you last night. You were very tired, so we appreciate your hard work. And also to thank you and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for bringing together the Pacific into one room and talk about our challenges and success, and to learn from each other and grow together. Maraming salamat.
香取さんありがとうございました。このイベントも含めて
Thank you very much. It's not just me, but it's the entire Peace Foundation who is involved. So I'm looking forward to working with you going forward as well. Okay, so next up is me, myself, I think. Yes, so I would like to make my presentation to introduce to you about the Sasakawa community-based tourism model. So very briefly, I would like to talk about what we are doing in Palau, the Sasakawa model that we have developed, and I would like to introduce that to you. This is the background of the project. In 2015, there was a very rapid development of mass tourism in Palau. So there was a annual growth rate of 10% of GDP, but there was a lot of pressure on the natural environment, and also there was a lot of impact on the society. So we started with this project to be more friendly to the environment. So we started dialogues in 2016, and by 2019, we were able to basically establish the method of introduction of this model. But there was a COVID-19, so everything went back to zero, basically. But towards the latter half of 2022, we were able to invigorate the activity. And I think the people in Palau was very enthusiastic. And in the latter half of 2023, we had the participation from Marshall Islands, Tonga, and the Cook Islands. So we introduced the Sasakawa model that we had in Palau to these islands. And in Tuvalu and Micronesia, there is an interest among them for this model. The project objectives are listed here. One is the economic benefit, and also the conservation of nature and culture, all being compatible together. And to enable that, it is necessary to use resources appropriately. I was surprised, actually. I went to Kumano with people from Palau, and in Kumano traditional path, they have to be utilized. Otherwise, nature will actually destroy the paths. So I thought that we should not touch them, but we do need to really be invasive in a way so that the resource will be viable. And we also need to set appropriate tour fees for developing a strong economic foundation. When we implemented a tour, it was about $7 per person. But I said that it will not be sustainable unless you charge $100 per person. And I understand that there was a lot of resistance, but it's important to strengthen the economic foundations of the local people. In these Pacific Islands, there is a very close relationship between nature and the traditional society. So by charging appropriately, it is necessary to protect the identity, which also means a protection of the nature, and also the people are really the custodians of the nature and the culture. So the local people should have pride in the traditional society and the nature, and also using that as a tourist resource. That is very important. And the concept is traveling like living. Yeah, traveling like living. So when the traveler goes into the community, he or she would have the experience that is very authentic to the local residents. And providing that authentic experience would be a part of that tour. And the local community and the local residents will be able to choose a tourism resource from their nature, culture, history, and myth. And they would plan and they would conduct the tour. And the group should be small in number. However, the fees should be appropriate or higher than it conventionally has been. So the price is higher, meaning that the experience also should be in line with that price. So the resources that has been chosen by the local guide from nature, culture, history, myths, and daily lives, they would be able to then connect the dots through stories and themes and to make it a one-day tour, so connecting the dots with lines. And those people who can cook locally will cook. And if somebody can tell stories about the history, then he can tell stories, or there will be a demonstration about the forest. So that is a kind of ways to connect the dots with lines. Now, those are the targeted potential tourists. There are people who are looking for authentic experiences, and they would have respect for nature and culture, and they would even enjoy inconvenience conditions, and they will enjoy interaction with people. Those are the people that we are targeting. And those visitors will be able to participate in longer and a deeper experience in their community-based eco-tour. That's what we believed in. So we think there are 4 steps. Number 1, as mentioned by an Honorable Minister, I think we need to first of all share the concept and have a same understanding. Secondly, we want to find tourism resources from people's daily lives. It doesn't have to be luxurious. It will be from ordinary day-to-day lives where a tourism resource can be found. And step 3, the resources can be put into a tour through stories and themes. And number 4, we need to foster local guides so that they will also be able to maintain and manage the tours. So if I break it down into more details, for concept sharing, on the state level, for example, I can have interactions with the people in the state. We had many dialogues and discussions like this. And like here, there's a tool called Phenology Calendar. Professor Emeritus of Hokkaido University, Professor Maita, taught us about it. So we use this Phenology Calendar to put together a tour. So we work with the local residents, and through this process, the local people will then have ownership of the tours. And the Pacific Islands actually do have seasons due to the lunar phases. There are changes in the phenology, and so we can identify that through this kind of a phenology calendar. So through this process, for example, the different potential resources can be identified. And then the tour guides can then connect the dots, and the guides then can spend the whole day with the visitors in a tour, and that's how an eco tour would be conducted. Step 4, and Ezaki-san is engaged in this internship programs, for example, to maintain the quality and the quality of the tours. And also, we would also want to participate on the tours that they have developed for verification. And when the quality is good enough, then we can conduct pilot tours, and we can repeat that many times and have dialogues. The pilot tours will be conducted in Palau and in other countries like Cook Islands and the Marshall Islands as well. And I think there are monitored tours as well. And we are going to ask for participants for these pilot tours. So I do hope that you will participate. So, for example, this is the internship program in Toba, where Dr. Ezaki is involved. And also, this is Ngaraard State. They have put together a tour on their own for a full-day tour. Thank you very much. That is all from me.
Next, I'd like to invite the Dr. Kiku Ezaki.
Hello everyone, I'm Kiku Ezaki. I would like to talk about the fisheries and tourism collaboration policy and community-based tourism in my Toba city. I born and live in Toba city. Toba city is the point of red, and my Toba city have a population is 17,000 population, so same as Palau. Yes. Toba city is a mere prefecture, the bird-shaped area surrounded by Sako. Toba is located in Iseshima National Park. 96% of the total area of the park is privately owned. Therefore, the landowners must act as very responsible people. There are two reasons why this is national park. One is that Ise-Jingu has been there for 2,000 years. The goddess of the sun, the pinnacle of Japanese gods, is enshrined there. Therefore, people from all over Japan visit this area to appreciate the blessing of nature. Another reason is the culture of fishermen and ama divers who have made use of and protected the intricate coastline. Toba city is here. There are 4 inhabitant islands. This is a popular view of intricate coastline. Inside the peninsula, oysters, pearls, and small seaweeds are cultivated. And beyond these peninsulas is Pacific Ocean, where ama dives. This is a photo of ama. It is a method of fishing in which women dive to catch shellfish and seaweed. I am also ama dive now, only 2 times or 3 times a year. So it has continued for over 3,000 years. Females have a lot of fat and are able to dive even in cold winter waters when the water temperature is below 15 degrees. Men are supportive and play an important role as captains, managing safety and lifting heavy equipment and catches. For the last 100 years or so, AMA have been using wetsuits and goggles, but not aqualungs. This is to prevent overfishing. AMA also play a role to protecting the fishing grounds because they are in direct contact with the sea. They can voice their opinions on other fishing methods dominated by men. Wife and husband do other fishing besides AMA fishing together. So always get along well. Today's AMA enjoys their work. So in this region, I was born as daughter of an inn owner. This year marks the inn's 137th year, and I am the 5th generation. Before that, our family business was building wooden ships. The third generation of inn owner involved a shipbuilding, but after the war, wooden ships became unnecessary and only the inn remained. Since then, the entire local area has developed into a popular tourist destination. I returned from Tokyo when I was 23 years old to help out my parents' inn, which was in financial difficulty. More than the poor performance of my family business, I was disappointed that neither the tourism industry nor local residents appreciated the charm and quality of our hometown. Then, wanting to contribute to the revival of our hometown, when I was 26, my friends and I pooled together a small amount of money, 80,000 yen each, and started a community-based guided tour company. Community-based tourism conveys things as they are, so it doesn't require much capital. What is needed is to share the visions and understand each other with people outside the tourism industry. Tourists come to Iseshima National Park to eat delicious seafood, and tourism has become a large scale. However, in recent years, both fishery resources and population have been declining. In response to these changes, each industry is pursuing the sustainability of their own industry. This can sometimes damage each other. In order to cut costs, tourism wants to buy large quantity of popular luxury fish as cheaply as possible. Toba fishing industry produces a wide variety of fish in small quantities, and they are moving away from local tourism businesses in order to seek market where they can sell for as much as possible. This means that they are losing the ability to support each other. The problem is that there is a war between local tourism and the local fishing industry. We have three objectives for cooperation between tourism and fisheries. One is fisheries and tourism business will understand and act towards each other's sustainability. Two is, since fishery is the foundation of tourism, so we aim to increase the income of fishermen in order to ensure the sustainability. Three is to enable business succession. Two initiatives are needed now to ensure sustainable fisheries. The first is the recovery of resources. Fishermen need to make an effort not to catch. The harder they try, the harder their lives may become. Resource recovery takes time. During this time, if local fishing is lost, the culture of appreciating and protect nature will also be lost. We need various ideas and players to support this. The second is to gain the understanding of not only local people, but also people in consuming areas such as cities. Locals know how much local seafood was declined and its price was rising, but people in cities are not aware of it. And urban tourists who came to my inn complaining that the price was too high, even though it was local. Their understanding is necessary for fair trade. So what is needed now is systems that involve various people. And this is image of community-based tourism or ecotourism by our Kaito Yumi Club. Our staff are 6 ladies. To promote understanding since 2001, we have been using both traditional fishery culture and current efforts and intangible tourism resources. It is about creating a community-based experience that allows tourists to feel invisible value behind the visible tourism resources. To attract tourists, we work with our own guides and registered fisherman team, as well as other involved fishermen and community members. We focus on local sustainability. The main theme is collaboration between tourism and fisheries that support fishing village communities. However, this does not fit within a single framework managed solely by government or ecotourism businesses. Our goal is to restore the natural cycle of fishery and tourism supporting each other. Our community-based tourism model has been so successful recently, other local groups have followed suit and started their own activities with support from local government. And the scale has grown with 9 local groups in Toba and more than 20 groups in Iseshima National Park. In order to share the same passion, the Toba Ecotourism Promotion Council was established in 2010 and Iseshima National Park Ecotourism Promotion Council in 2018. In 2015, the Fishery Cooperative, the Tourism Association, and the Toba City government signed an agreement to promote cooperation between the fishing industry and tourism. This action program prioritized the sustainability of basic fishing industry over tourism. This is a proposal from tourism industry. A particular success in this effort was the branding of sawara. Sawara means a Spanish mackerel. Spanish mackerel, but Japanese mackerel. Sorry. It is very difficult for tourism to enter the fishing industry. Without a deep understanding of both industries, it is impossible to design and lead the branding. Having worked locally until then, I have stepped in between the two and am now a chairman of the branding committee. For us, the biggest challenge is climate change. As a result, the number of sawara is increasing. We focused on this fish. In autumn, sawara in Toba Bay get fat by eating the abundant sardines. Fishermen say that sawara is more delicious than tuna. Every fisherman will say that their fish is the best tasting. The Mie Prefectural Fishery Research Institute also joined the project team. We worked with a company that developed a fish analyzer to measure the fat content of fish. And it was confirmed that the sawara caught in Toba in autumn had top level of fat. Fishermen follow regulations such as only using single-line fishing, following freshness preservation method and handling carefully, and measuring the fat content of each fish with a fish analyzer. Since the project began in 2016, the price was tripled, and the fishermen's income has increased. As a result, Sawara fishermen have 2 days off per week. This rule they decided on to protect the resource. By collaborating with fishery and tourism, they learned each other's strengths and weaknesses. Although they divided roles, they always remember to be involved in each other's roles. In order to brighten up the sustainability of the local area, it is essential to make children proud of their hometown. The children on Sugashima Island have few opportunities to meet strangers, so their communication skills have not developed well. Additionally, the parents tell their children to leave the island and find new life, but they don't teach them to necessary studies. As a result, it is difficult for children to find their own path on their own. In 2008, with teachers, we carried out the Shimako Guide program as a community contribution project of the Kaito Yumi Club. Shimako means island children. They make a list of things they love about that island. From that, they choose the one they think is most important. They have their own reason for choosing it. Then they ask parents and other adults about it or look it up in books and come up with ways to convey it in an enjoyable way. Once a year, visitors can participate in the Shimako Guide Festival. Now, with Sasakawa's Hide-san support, we have interns in several groups from Palau, the Marshall Islands, and Tonga. They really work together with us. They accompany the tours, help with preparation and cleaning up afterwards. They also have experienced Shimako guides. They talk to the local people and become friends with them. Those who become local guides after returning home are asked to try guiding as well. Local fishermen, fishery association, and community members are also welcoming and help with their guiding. The challenge they faced here will encourage them when they return to home. Finally, something good happened to me last year. When I went to give thanks to Jingu Shrine with some brand Sawara fishermen, a 23-year-old fisherman told me, "I am a graduate of Shimako Guide program." Several initiatives came together to reconnect the future. I was so impressed. This is all. Thank you for your attention. ありがとうございました。
Ezakiさん、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezaki.
その一応、
So let me share the background against which we started this project in 2016. We were rather ignorant of ecotourism. We contacted the Japan Ecotourism Association, and Iriomote and Kumano traditional path, Ninohe, and the Toba were chosen, and about 20 people from the Palau also came. John and Vicky over there, they joined us and visited these sites. And in Iriomote, the natural environment was similar to Palau, so we learned how to utilize the natural resources there, and in Kumano, how to maintain the national heritage site while utilizing it for tourism. And in Toba, as Kiku just explained, what we did, as she said, and in Ninohe, the apple picking and the agriculture experience was used useful. And also, we went the big field. There was nothing there, and we learned that there used to be a castle, and that was the ancient the battleground. That was a very interesting story told by local guides, and that was also a good experience. We chose Toba because the population size is very similar to Palau, and the landscape is similar to Palau, and the food is very good. And so I tend to eat too much. I had gout seizures when I 2 or 3 days after I went to the Toba, and when I see fish in tourism, fish look pretty and cute, but the fish is food for fishers, so there is a conflict of the interest. But the Kiku-san strikes a good balance between such a conflicting interest for tourism and the fishers. And the Shimako guide project, I think in Airai state, maybe it will be mentioned. Well, I think the local guides, the program is ongoing in the Palau as well.
佐久間さんね。はい、ガラード州の佐久間知事に、
Next, we'd like to have a governor of Ngaraard State, Honorable Sharp Sakuma, to introduce how the state is dealing with the tourism.
Ali, ohayo gozaimasu. Minister Hide-san, before I continue my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity and on behalf of Ngaraard State Government and the people of Ngaraard, I thank Sasakawa Foundation for the support on this project and also to strengthen our economy and our culture. Good morning, distinguished officials, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to stand before you today to share Ngaraard State journey in sustainable tourism, made possible through the support of partners, most especially Tobet's, the Sasakawa Foundation. And it is my privilege as the governor of Ngaraard State to represent our small but proud community at this important gathering and share our experience. First, let me share you some of my state's information. Ngaraard is the sixth largest state in Palau and the fourth population size. We are a community of nearly 400 people spread over 5 counties. Elected and traditional leaders of Ngaraard govern our small state together. The executive working jointly with the legislature composed of elected representatives and traditional chiefs. Ngaraard has over 4 million square meters of public lands and a beautiful natural environment from our green ridges and to the mangroves and to our clear blue reefs. Ngaraard State has embraced sustainable tourism as a powerful tool for development. Sustainable tourism will help Ngaraard reach our fundamental objective of the recent endorsed Ngaraard State Master Plan to foster a thriving economy, preserve our cultural heritage, prioritize environmental sustainability, and embrace continuous improvements. I see sustainable tourism, particularly community-based tourism model, as the way Ngaraard can foster investments, ensure job creation, and entrepreneurship to empower every community member in our community to benefit from its economic growth. It is a model that we ensure we benefit while safeguarding natural resources and preserve Ngaraard's unique and cultural identity through intergeneration knowledge exchange. We seek public-private partnership that would complete this model of sustainable development. We are only beginning our community-based sustainable tourism journey and wish to expand this opportunity to fully showcase all the 5 counties of my state. Each with distinct nature and traditional history, legends, and folklore. Second, let me say that Ngaraard State is proud to be a participating member of the Palau Community Ecotourism Program, PCET. 3 years ago, when I became governor, I was eager to continue the program and work to fully engage the community and the local partners. The results and impacts of this program is ongoing support of the Sasakawa Foundation have been positive and very promising. I can say Ngaraard's involvement in this initiative has transformative, fostering both sustainable economic development and cultural and community pride. Through the PCET program, our community members have gained valuable skills and opportunities, particularly in entrepreneurship and livelihoods. Community members, women's group, men's group, and traditional leaders helped improve accesses to signage to current cultural sites and upgraded facilities. The training provided by PCET has empowered us to develop unique tour packages that showcase these cultural sites and include sustainable agricultural practices. Women and men in the community were trained to tailor eco-tour packages that would appeal to visitors and would be economically viable. As an example, we improved the timing of cultural tours, meal preparations, and portion of foods, and nature stops at Quap's beach parks, thanks to this program, Hide-san. Through targeted training and support, women and men have been empowered to become entrepreneurs and champions of sustainable community ecotourism. 2 of my state ladies were fortunate to participate in the program's tour guide training in Japan, offering these women a new avenue to earn income by sharing Ngaraard's unique traditional stories and nature. These women now have new skills and have new income earnings opportunities. They are planning guide tours services that include visits to cultural sites and immersive taro farming experiences, which include other women taro farmers for food demonstration packages. Men too are committed to this initiative, contributing their skills and knowledge, in particular to the cultural site tours. They share knowledge of traditional legends and folklore and knowledge of nature, the flora and fauna of Ngaraard. Their involvement has not only improved their livelihoods, but also brought a sense of pride and accomplishment to our community. The benefit of PCET extend beyond immediate economic gains. The program has fostered a deeper sense of pride and ownership among our community members regarding our natural and cultural resources. This in turn has motivated us to strengthen traditional historical sites, preservation and sustainable conservation efforts to ensure these cultural and natural resources are preserved for future generations. We added 3 cultural and historical sites, which have increased in the number of sites in the program to 5. We are now accessible with signage for all visitors. With a total of 132 identified historical sites in Ngaraard, there is potential for more. With these initial sites, we have already seen strong interest from Ngaraard students and other schools. Our students and their families have visited the sites and left with knowledge and appreciation of Ngaraard legends and folklore. These tours are becoming popular for schools in the community of Palau and even visiting students from abroad. Also, one of the cornerstones of the PCET program is the preservation of and promotion of traditional taro cultivation practices. By maintaining these tradition practices, we not only ensure food security, but we also create unique and authentic experience for our visitors. For your information, our state of Ngaraard is the home of the known soup in Palau, the mok soup, Palau national soup, made of young taro leaves in coconut milk. Our women's group are highlighting the mok in the Ecotour package. This includes immersing visitors to experience the planting, conservation, harvesting, and preparation process for the taro and the mok. This traditional knowledge is being shared with young people to ensure knowledge is not lost and young people grow to have an appreciation for this important traditional practice. We are not just preserving our past, we are building a brighter future for Ngaraard state generation to come. Ngaraard's community sustainable tourism approach is holistic. One of the integrates environmental stewardship, cultural preservation, and economic development. By creating a unique, authentic cultural exchange products and attracting responsible, high-value, and low-impact tourists, we can minimize the negative impacts on our environment and minimize the benefit for the people of Ngaraard and maximize the benefit for the people of Ngaraard. Visitors have an enriched experience to live with a deep appreciation for Ngaraard natural beauty and cultural heritage, and hopefully become our friendship ambassadors. Lastly, I want to express Ngaraard State commitment to the goals of the PCET program. I look forward to the next step of this program and hope we can explore new opportunities. I believe that bringing in innovation and inclusivity, we can continue to grow our ecotourism sector in a way that benefits all members of our community. I hope that going forward with our partners, we can be youth and innovation centered. For example, including youth in the design and delivery of sustainable ecotour products is a good next step. This can provide young people in Ngaraard with valuable skills in entrepreneurship and in sustainable tourism. Youth-centered tours include activities such as guided nature walks, cultural storytelling sessions, and interactive workshops on local traditions and crafts. By involving our youths, we ensure the continuity and sustainability of our ecotourism efforts. then our young people are given opportunities to improve their lives and stay in our community. The integration of digital technologies in sustainable tourism can offer numerous opportunities to enhance visitors' experience and empower our local young entrepreneurs. Have Ngaraard young people have started online tours package linked to national initiative, the Ali Pass program. To start this, Ngaraard community would need a hand up to ensure young people are trained and have access to the nation. So let me end this presentation, Minister, by thanking, on behalf of the Ngaraard State Government and the people of Ngaraard, I would like to thank Sasakawa Foundation for this opportunity and this support. And at the end of my presentation, Minister, I know it's it's an opportunity for me to do a traditional chant to thank Sasakawa Foundation for this endless support that you have given to Palau and to Ngaraard State Government. Makmoong. O the swok. Ngaraard amle. Komaran mereka suli warat. Sasakawa rareng. Elngul Ngaraard di. Magingul mork medrablur Palau yang. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for that chant. I've heard that first time. State of Ngaraard. Well, we haven't prepared photos yet, but the things being developed at this moment, which is attractive. Kadoe-san has just introduced the youth fountain of youth. It's related to the myth of other states. There was a certain magic, and you can rejuvenate. Old lady changed to a young girl in that fountain of youth, and on the way to the youth fountain, there is a preservation area or the sanctuary, and it's really nice just to walk. And when you continue to walk, you reach that fountain, and a bit far away from there is a petroglyph, a rock paint, the only one in Palau, discovered one, and Romeo and Juliet is a story of Shakespeare, but several hundred years ago, there were real couples, and there was a tragedy, and that story is inscribed on that petroglyph, rock paint or rock. Sule and Tule, those are the couples. The lady was the head or the neck of that lady was buried in that place. So we listen to that story and walk those historic area. And as the governor said, there's a soup called demok using fresh coconut milk. Demok is made of coconut milk and young leaf of the taro. And Ngaraard state has a good soil, and that's why taro from your state is very nice, delicious. I really experienced it. So, over the last 6 months or even 12 months, we have been promoting the tours, but tours ended in half a day after lunch. But this year, finally, last month or 2 months ago, we built the second half of the tour, so we will have a one-day package that we can introduce to you in the near future. Thank you very much.
では次に、
Moving on to the next presentation from State of Airai, the Governor, Honorable Norman Ngiraicheboet, please. We're trying to get the presentation ready, so please wait for a while.
This is a presentation from Airai State. Good morning and oha gozaimasu, ladies and gentlemen, especially for Sasakawa Foundation, Peace Foundation. I'd like to first extend our deep appreciation to Sasakawa Peace Foundation from the Airai State Government, Republic of Palau. Airai State is Airai State is embarking on a holistic approach to our sustainable ecotourism by combining all sectors of community, industry, and tourism. We combine them from environmental protection, social development, traditions, economic gestures and activities, benefits, community, old and young generation, and memorable experience for all visitors. Here is by Rarubak, Chief Meeting House of Airai State. This is a cultural and historical site tour to our oldest traditional men meeting house. So we're not reinventing the wheel of ecotourism. What we're doing is polishing our traditions, our historical values and sites, and offer it to visitors and tourism alike. We're looking at how do we conduct our tours. We must realize that we have to conduct our tours at a community level. So we're incorporating our tours to include younger people. So as you see, this young girl is conducting this tour as part of our ecotourism. So when we take this tourism and visitors to visit our sites, this is a traditional historical war canoe. It's it's been in existence for many hundreds of years in Palau. Now it sits as a historical. How do we incorporate this practice of maintaining these war canoes and add value to our overall effort of our ecotourism? Again, we look into our younger generation, Palau traditional dance at this chief's house, men's chief's meeting house. In order to sustain our culture, we must engage with our young generation, and we must showcase them to visitors as part of our tour. I think this tour started at Ali Pass program, and it had proven to be very successful in Airai State. We'd like to work with Sasakawa Foundation and also incorporate these kind of programs into our activities. We also need to look at the other sectors of the community, the retirees, the old people. How can we make them become part of our economic activity of the state? So here at the tour, they are being part of the tour by preparing our local dishes that are very sustainable, locally produced to our guests and visitors. So we have covered the tour guide, the food. Now we're looking at how do we incorporate traditional art and crafts by local women. This plays a bigger role in our culture, and we are working hard to transform the practice, and it will hold value to our tourism effort. If you look, sorry, this is the lady that I'm talking about. She's practicing these traditional art and crafts, and we're trying to put it into practice, everyday practice that involves the community. So, looking at this historical and traditional way of sustainable food security practiced by older generation, we are teaching and passing it on to our younger generation. If you look at clearly at the picture, we are also including the students of the community to be part of this. Again, this is a local practice of practicing pounding taro. This practice in itself can become a value added to our program of tourism activities. This is a restoration of our historical village, maintenance of caves, and it's a new historical village that we just recently restored. This is also part of our effort to incorporate these activities into our ecotourism. And the plan in the future is to put this into the program where the local community, local organizations become a part of the tour. So all this effort from the state, from PBA, Ali Pass, and from Sasakawa Foundation, we need to come together as a community to put this together and make it a success story. So in closing, our effort ensures that tourism takes full account of its current and future economy, social, environmental impact, addressing the needs of the visitors, industry, environment, and host community tours that are memorable to our guests. Good for the industry, it's good for the economic benefits, and it's good for the community. Thank you, Sasakawa Foundation, and Mr. Hide-san, and everybody at SPF. Kompal Mesulang. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Governor, for that presentation. The state of Airai, it reminds me, the way you utilize your assets. I often talk about this. For example, there are two ways of giving this pen out to somebody. Just giving it like this, here you go, or I walked around Shibuya to find this particular pen, and I signed a contract with this pen and tell that story and give that pen to that person. So, adding a value, adding a narrative to that pen is another way. So the assembly place, a traditional assembling place, there are various stories inscribed in the bai. I think it's in the wooden plaques. And you look at it only as a picture, or if somebody explains it to you as a story, then you have a deeper and broader understanding of the context. So when I went to Airai State, what I advised is that maybe you can tell a story about what the visitors are seeing, because that will generate more interest. Of course, the structure, the architecture is interesting, but you can have a deeper appreciation if you tell a story. So you can then have the visitors stay at a destination for a little bit longer, and that will make the tour even more meaningful. So that was the advice I provided. And you also show the traditional skirt. People called it grass skirt, but it's not grass. It's a bark of a tree. And it's dyed into a color. And the colors have meanings. And the occasion in which you put them on is also meaningful. And then having that knowledge and appreciating the dance would really deepen your understanding. So you want to add depth to what you're seeing. And that's what I said that you should be providing. And the local people may be very eager to do something, but I do not want that to be overstretched. I think the tour should be planned and conducted to the extent that is sustainable for them. Should not be done every single day, for example. Or you can have several teams and have rotations. So, you should not overdo it. So thank you very much, Governor, for your presentation.
So we'd like to have discussions, and we have Mr. Sekiya of Japan Airlines, who is Relationship and Connection Creation Department. We are also pleased to have Mr. Sekiya as well on our panel. Mr. Sekiya, thank you very much for your joining us. I'm very pleased to be able to join you. Well, I'd like to ask you first. So, having listened to today's presentations and the speeches about the Pacific Island nation states' the efforts, including Palau, for sustainable tourism, from a professional point of view, do you think you have found the potential as a product? Well, before answering the question, thank you very much indeed for your the invitation. Mr. Koka, Your Honor, Mr. Tmetuchl, and Mr. Arurket, Mr. Shiozawa, Dr. Ezaki, the Governor Sakuma, Governor Ngiraiteboet. Thank you very much indeed. So as was introduced, I am Vice President, Relationship and the Connection Creation Department of Japan Airlines. So this is related to sustainability of business. So I feel that we are moving ahead into the same direction. Well, the years back, we organized the large group tours to some overseas destinations, and that was only a one-off event. But community tourism today is the direction that we need to go. So community, the word has been repeated today. So that way, the visitors can build a strong bond and relationship with their destination, and they want to repeat that trip, and they also want to build their own personal connection with that travel destination. Thank you very much. Yes, I have been working with Pacific Island nations for years. And information that I have and what I experience on the ground sometimes differ. In Palau, for example, as a tourist, I experience, but I think what I experience is not the same as what the other tourists they can experience in Palau. So I do wish that what I experience, they can be experienced and enjoyed by other people, and so that they want to be, they would become a fan of Palau, for example, and they're planting a giant taro in the Airai or Ngaraard, and receiving their monthly the data, how the taro grow, and then if disaster happens, then they can really feel connected to that local site. So, Kiku-san, Dr. Ezaki, I'd like to now turn to you. What observations have you had so far? Thank you very much. Well, I now have learned that you organized various tours, and I have visited Palau twice myself. And when I started the basic the program, and today you have gone so far and deep, and I have deepened my understanding, and I want to learn more about it. So I think that's what many visitors, I believe, should have been felt. If sometimes a little knowledge can satisfy visitors, but if they are provided much deeper knowledge about the locality, and if something invisible has become visible to visitors, then such visitors would want to know more about that travel destination. As I think, of course, that might bring out further challenges, but I think that will give us more potential. Perhaps Kadoi-san, from PVA's point of view, when you are working for sustainable tourism, what kind of the practical challenges or the issues have you faced? What are the challenges do you face?
Thank you, Hide-san, for your question. I think in working with some of the state governments beside the Airai and Ngaraard, some challenges that we face is the lack of human resource capacity or capacity building within the state government. So the state has resources, And PBA goes in, of course, with Sasakawa and the Bureau of Tourism. We go in with trainings for tour guiding, customer service, but it always ends up that the challenge is there's not enough people to take up these jobs or these roles within the community. And I think like other island nations, that's also the case. So we try to, quarterly, we try to do customer service trainings for other states in Palau. Sometimes we go up to Peleliu, Ngaraard, and Kayang. But it's always the issue is lack of human resource capacity.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. So I think it was more than 10 years ago, but in Palau, well, tourism, when it comes to tourism, people working in the tourism industry was quite limited amongst native Palauans because do native Palauans want to work in tourism industry? What do you think? Yes, their owner. Yeah, owner.
That's a very good question. So at the moment, I'll give you some data. So there's about 5,000 foreigners working in Palau. And I would say a majority of them work in the tourism industry. So that challenge is something that we don't take lightly. And so to answer your question, there's been programs that we've started to sort of transition people, reskill, and try to re-employ since COVID. And part of that is we realize when we started these community-based tourism, the human resource capacity wasn't there. And we learned through some of the surveys that we did that a lot of high school students, by the time they get to the community college or go to university, are not exposed to the tourism industry. To be very frank, the #1 job occupation that students want to be, or the career path, is the military, U.S. military, which is, it's something, and I credit them, it's not a bad thing, but they are very good at marketing their product. And so we realized that we need to compete with that. And so what we've done is we've reached down to the high school level, and I'm working with the Ministry of Education, where we now have a program where every student interested in a career path in tourism gets a free scuba diving lesson. So in the last year, we've graduated about 100 open water, and about 30 of them are now in advanced. And this intersession, this summer, we're going to keep pushing that buck up. So more kids now are moving to rescue, and hopefully by the time they graduate high school, we'd have master divers. We've also, part of what, to add to what Kadoi was saying, is we're partnering with the private sector. So a partner, for example, is the scuba diving companies are now partnering with us in order to provide that service. Four Seasons, for example, has recently come to Palau. They have a 10-room vessel in Palau. And since October, they've actually offered to move or to teach students the advanced courses for free. So they'll take up to 10 students every intersession, and they do it for free. And they've also extended, they have a training facility in the Maldives, where they would take as many students as we can send to go through a hospitality school. So Four Seasons is a very good partner, and they're working with us. Additionally, we're working with the states. So to connect the dots, obviously we need, we got the airline connecting, but then the industry has to also buy into these programs. So the Four Seasons also has partnered with both 3 states, with Airai, one of them, Koror, and Peleliu. So Peleliu, if you don't know, is an island in Palau where one of the bloodiest battles took place in World War II. So it's got a lot of historical tours. And so they actually moved the vessel from Peleliu to Koror, and then to Airai. So they're moving the tourists, and they've partnered up with these community-based tourism to give the consumer that experience. And the beauty of Four Seasons is to share. Each room costs $3,000 a night. And so to them, paying the $100 is really not a big deal. So I think it's having good corporate partners and having state governments and community involved in this entire holistic approach works. But now what we need is gel to fly. So what we don't have is an airline from Japan. And, you know, I mean, I'll just share with you, we learned that, you know, that, as I said, the choice of a person flying to our destination diminishes as more stops are required. So direct flight is really a pertinent part of this whole equation. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the Governor Norman, when the young people in your state choose a job, what would be the priority? Is that the income or honor to be working in that job? What would be the decision-making factors?
Well, at the state level, the students from Airai State are looking for, because of the challenges of living in Palau, they first look into income. But many of the, not many, but all of the state employees also have decided or have decided to work at the state level because they're from Airai State. So the income becomes secondary to them. How do we go about expanding that role? At the Airai State level and this ecotourism that we are talking about, we're employing the village elders, the retirees. We're engaging with the local school to introduce these programs and try to entice them that it's an honor to work for the state, and at the same time, you can work for the state and make a career out of it. Because there are an array of opportunities at the state level. But unless we develop them, there is really no other choice but either go to the military, as the minister said, or go to other entity like the national government. So that's part of the program that we are inviting the retirees, the local organizations to bring in the students, teach them the local history of the state, the possibilities that we do have, and the opportunities that lies ahead. I hope I answered your question.
I don't want to speak too much, but you know, our ministry deals with a lot of projects as well. So we're working with JICA. And part of the challenge in Palau is mobility of people. And so we recognize that in certain states, Ngaraard, for example, it's at least an hour away from the main city of Koror, which where all the commerce takes place. And so right after the Oceans Conference a couple of years ago, we converted those buses into public transportation. So there's a big partnership now with the Japanese government, especially with JICA, to develop an eco-friendly bus system that not only moves people from Ngaraard. So now there's a bus coming from Ngaraard that brings people every morning to the town and then brings them back in the evening. It started with one bus, now there's two buses because of the demand is growing, and it also helps that the fuel cost went up. But that said, part of the plan and strategy is to also move tourists So in the state of Airai, for example, the night market is across the bridge from the main population. And so every night market, we run a bus that goes to all the hotels and picks up passengers to the site of the night market. So there's multiple efforts in trying to not only develop, but to offer accessibility to these programs.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Governor Sakuma, in the state of Galaron, the neighborhood, the young people are decreasing, I heard. What about your state? Do you see the change in the population in your own state of Ngaraard?
Yes, I think not only Ngaraard, most of the states in Palau are, the youths are moving out for looking for opportunities. And with this kind of work with Sasakawa Foundation, it also strengthen our traditions and also showcase that for the youths, we're moving forward, trying to find new opportunities, but we have to look back and look at our traditions and our daily lives. How can we maintain it, improve it, and then try to show it to this kind of programs for tourists. Yeah. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
はいはい。
Chris-san, when I travel South Pacific, when I visit Cook Islands, I found Fijian people in the hotel or working there. On the other hand, in Fiji, when tourism was bustling, I heard that there was a shortage of people. So as a region, the entire region, human resources, is there a shortage of human resources in the tourism? Secondly, is there any approach made, or is your organization tackling that issue as a regional organization?
Thank you, Hide-san, and you've asked a very important question. Labor, shortage of labor, and also the loss of brain and skilled labor is a growing issue, especially post-COVID. And that is experienced by the countries who are very reliant on tourism, such as Fiji, Cook Islands, French Polynesia, etc., and Vanuatu. And that was because we lost a lot of labor during COVID because a lot of tourism businesses were closed. We lost them because they left the tourism businesses, or they moved to another sector, or even set up small businesses in this case. New Zealand and Australia have set up RSE labor schemes, which is like RSE and PALM, and we've lost a lot of our tourism employees there. It's an issue that we are considering to be raised as a key focus area. Particularly in our new strategic plan for SPTO 2025 to 2029. We are under consultation with all of our stakeholders, but capacity building as well as training is coming up as a key issue, where we need to train the unskilled to be skilled to fill in the gaps. Our problem is we still have a lot of unemployment in the region. Until we see all those people fully employed, maybe in the tourism industry, other sectors, the issue will be sorted. But I also wanted to add on, because just listening to the Palau, there's a lot that the Pacific can learn from Palau, because the unique thing with Palau is that there is national commitment and also collaboration. Community tourism is still in its embryonic stage in the Pacific. There are bits and pieces everywhere. Even in Fiji, which is very developed as a tourism destination, it's still happening in small doses, I must say, even in the Cook Islands, Samoa, and also in Tonga in some extent. but there hasn't been a national commitment and support from public sector. And I think I attended the Small Islands Development States, the SIDS meeting in Antigua a few months ago, and one of the key issues that came there, there was a business forum, which maybe it happened in Palau a few years ago, and one of the key things that came out from there is it's not only the triple P, which is public-private partnership, but you must add on community to it too, so that it works for everybody in terms of tourism in this case. So community is a key thing, and I think with the studies that PATA has shown to us where tourism is moving and the needs of tourists. There are tourists who are wanting to give back to community today. There are tourists who want to go off the beaten track destination. The tourists are becoming no longer those who would just come take photos and are outsiders, but want to be immersed and be involved. And of course, at the end of the day, in tourism, we're selling experiences and also storytelling that you have also alluded earlier. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。もう一
Thank you very much. Once again to Sekiya-san. So there are tourists from Japan, and if you want to send Japanese tourists to these locations, what are the necessary conditions to receive these Japanese tourists? Thank you for that question. In terms of human resources, well, before I answer your question, I think there are two challenges, not just the receiving side, but of course the sending side. We have to train and educate those people who are sending these tourists. Otherwise, we will not really promote the benefits of the local communities. So we have to do training education for the outbound staff, the personnel. The receiving side, I fully agree with what Mr. Chris Cocker has said, because it's not just those people who are directly involved in tourism. That's not tourism. There are people in the local community, and the people will then be really receiving and accepting these tourists. You have to have that. Unless you're not able to conduct community-based tourism. So it really has to be deeply rooted in the community. So to the extent possible, when we want to conduct a community-based tourism, we want to know and understand the condition and the situation of the local community. It's not a condition, but at least we do need to know the situation.
That's a really good point. And, in the case of Japan, for example, we're competing with like JTB and HIS, right? So we need those agencies to understand what the product is. And so a lot of the challenges we have, especially in the Asian region, is not a lot of you guys are FITs, right? It's probably 20, 30%. And so when we're dealing with an agency and we're dealing with businesses, it has to be a collective effort where they need to help us put our product in that shelf. Otherwise, they're going to pick and choose and cherry pick what's good for them. And so I think the holistic approach is how does government, how does private sector work together? I mean, because at the end of the day, they want to make money, right? But we need to all share in that piece.
Ezaki-san.
And Dr. Ezaki, if I may go back. So you are working with the community people of Toba. And there are many people who are in other businesses also involved in tourism. So you're sort of involving those local people into tourism. How do you do that? Yeah. So if you want people to be involved in tourism, those people should not stretch themselves too much. They have their own main business or work, but slightly deriving from their own business, they can get involved in tourism. For example, a chef in sushi bar. Maybe you can normally make like 10 sushis, but maybe 11 sushi, and just give that story about that sushi. Or, a pearl growers, they can talk about growing pearl, cultivating pearl. So, just extension of their own business, expanding a little bit, and eventually you grow into something that has high value. And if that works and is successful, then that can become one pillar in tourism, in my experience recently. So, of course, we don't want people to feel uncomfortable in their day-to-day business. So, in establishing tourism, we do not really approach the high wealthy people. But if there are, the AMA diverse community, if it's an area in where the hotels, rich people are located, rich people stay, those local fisher people really don't want those wealthy people because they are very demanding. So, we want something that is more compatible. We want people who understands the value. So the communities are now making a judgment as to who they want to accept and who they do not want to accept, which is a positive thing. So when I was working in Palau, this was a challenge, and I'm sure that in Palau you'll face the same thing. For example, there's a program for homestays. So to what extent the community should be ready for them, because we are looking for people who can enjoy inconvenience. So it should not be too well established. Well, water, the sanitation, that's probably the minimum requirement, but not have everything in place from the beginning. It's too much of a burden for the local community. So, Minister, do you have anything that you'd like to say about that? What the direction that you want to achieve?
We want to develop homestays and long stays. And as a matter of fact, there's a girl in the back. She did a homestay in Palau. And she was a student. She lived with a family. And she gave us really insightful feedback on how the program can work. I think what we need is support from the Japanese homestay businesses or people. We need to experience it and understand what you said. What are the needs? What are the expectations? We have very different lifestyles, and we need to understand, what is expected of us. I mean, you always say, "Oh, just eat whatever you eat," but typically we don't eat vegetables, and that's when a complaint was, "Oh, we didn't eat enough vegetables." So there's diet. There's a lot. I think a lot of little nuances that we need to walk through and say, what is required of the local host? What are the minimum requirements? And how do we develop regulations? And so, yes, we've had a few students from Japan. They came, they gave us really good feedback, and they were young. So, of course, they wanted Wi-Fi. I mean, there's demands. So depending on who you're trying to attract, the requests are different. So the younger generation, obviously Wi-Fi is a must, but maybe the older generations don't want Wi-Fi. So those are the little nuances that we need to work out.
I just want to add on to what the minister is saying, because I think we've moved in from the Pacific, and we've got 20 member nations. 19 have committed themselves to sustainable tourism, but we've moved away from accepting everybody. In terms of tourists coming to our region. And I firmly believe that for tourists to visit the Pacific, it's a privilege to come to our region in this case, because we are focusing on high value, low impact in this case. We've got a very fragile environment. We've got a fragile culture that needs to be protected. And also, our people is very important. We want to keep them in our countries. I know the Western world provides and offers greener pastures, etc. But I think tourism is everybody's business in this case. And from someone who leaves a country as soon as they get on the airline, their tourism experience starts right through to when he or she travels around the destination back on the flight. So if a person has a bad experience on the flight, it ruins the whole thing in this case. So, so it's like I said, tourism's everybody's business in this case. I feel that in our Pacific nations, we have nothing to offer. We don't have minerals and gold and resources, but we have tourism because we have our people, our land, our oceans and environment. I think it's still a lot of words amongst our politicians, but we need their commitment and also financial support to make sure that these things happen. And you look around, the 5 nations or 6, even including Palau, were successful. It's because their leaders have committed themselves to make tourism happen in this case. And that could be shared amongst all our other nations. Hide, thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so I would like to sort of wrap up. So, just a word. In the Pacific Islands nations, the sustainable tourism requires people at the center. And, we want to develop tours where you want to meet the people in that island. That is the kind of a tour that we would like to develop. So we have been able to re-verify that. And also the connections are very important. So we'd like to work together going forward so that we are able to achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. This is the end of session 1 for today, and I'd like to thank all the members on the panel and also the moderator, Mr. Shiozawa. It's been very useful, very meaningful, and very diverse. So there are some elements that can hinder sustainability of tourism, and it is happening in various elements. So we have to strike a good balance to make sure that we are able to achieve sustainable tourism. Thank you very much for that discussion. So we would like to conclude the morning session, and we are starting session 2 in the afternoon. That is a lifestyle that merges the traditional practices and modern technology. And that will be starting at 1:30 Japan time. And if you're participating in the afternoon, there is some food available just after, outside of the hall in the foyer. So we're starting at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We begin the afternoon session today. Session 2, lifestyle integrated with traditional practices and the modern technology. First, Mr. Shiozawa explains the purpose of this session. Good afternoon. My name is Shiozawa of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. When we work on Pacific island nations, we often see the coexistence of modern lifestyles and traditional customs and lifestyles. Sometimes we see conflicts, or what appears to be conflicts between these two. And we have first, they have the speaker from the Ms. Imelda Ambelier of the PNG, followed by Dr. Christopher Kitalong of Palau Community College Cooperative. Perhaps his speech would be interesting because he said that it's not a conflict, but it's an integration, he said. But there is a story of a sea turtle protection or eating them. Well, I think perhaps they will be able to hear about that too. Mr. Shiozawa, thank you very much. Without much further ado, we dive into the session 2. But let me introduce to you the speakers. on the stage. From the far left, from me, Dr. Yuko Otsuka, professor of Sophia University, moderating this session. And next to Dr. Otsuka is we have Mr. Hideyuki Fanga, Director for LTD Primary Schools Division, Ministry of Education and Training, Tonga. And Mr. Dr. Christopher Kitalon, the Vice President, Palau Community College Cooperative Research Extension. And Ms. Imelda Ambelier, Lecturer and Program Coordinator, University of Technology in PNG, Traditional Practice and Science. And we have a previous speaker, Dr. Kiku Ezaki, President, Chairman, Iseshima National Park Ecotourism Promotion Council, CEO of company. And Ms. Tilo Kofe, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu. Dr. Otsuka, do you have anything you have to share with us?
なぜ私がこの
Why I'm the moderator of this session? People might be thinking, so let me introduce myself. In 1990, I participated in the Japan Overseas Volunteer of JICA and was dispatched to Palau Island. Then Shiozawa-san talked about becoming a community fan, and once tourists become a fan, then they want to go back and back again and again. And I was actually those tourists, becoming a fan of Tonga. And over 30 years, I'm going back to Tonga, and then eventually started to study Tonga language. I went to Hawaii University Center for Pacific Studies to study linguistics and languages, and I became a staff of that center of the Hawaiian University. So Polynesia is my specialty, but other Pacific Island nations I study, and I really have a very deep interest in those nations, and I appreciate that I was given various opportunities, and I'm really excited to be here because I'm one of the fans of Pacific Island nations. As we heard, traditional customs and modern new technologies and values can coexist. That's what I heard earlier. And in general, these two may sound like contradicting to each other. It's like preserving old and accepting and embracing new. People might, discuss in such a context, but what I feel as a long-term observer of Tonga, that traditional things could be communicated to a new thing. Well, we don't just accept what's given, but we can communicate out what we have. So I was looking really forward to listening to what Pacific Island nations people can say. Thank you very much. You have a Tonga belt. You're wearing that. I really feel your love for Tonga from your belt. Thank you.
たいと思います。まず
Now, as the first speaker, we'd like to invite Ms. Imelda Ambelier of the Papua New Guinea.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello from Papua New Guinea on behalf of PNG, the Papua New Guinea University of Technology, where I work and live. I would like to thank Sasakawa Foundation for inviting me here, and Hideyuki especially, and everyone who has been involved in bringing me over all the way from Papua New Guinea to present here, which I see is a very special event that I am able to have this opportunity to share with you what Papua New Guinea is like in terms of culture, modernization, and lifestyle in PNG. So thank you, everyone. I am going to talk about the integration of traditional practices and modern technology in PNG, specifically through the lens or the eyes of education, mainly as a focus, because that's where I am used to as my experience. So, before I continue with my presentation, Papua New Guinea, many of you may have been there or may not have been. It is south of Japan. You will take about 12 hours and maybe some minutes to arrive here by transiting. North of Australia, it has a population of approximately 11.8 million, according to our National Statistical Office. The population in Papua New Guinea has a majority of Melanesians, people who look like me. And of course, we have Polynesian in nature and Micronesia as well. The main languages of Papua New Guinea, or official language that we use in PNG, is English. But then we have a lingua franca called Tok Pisin, which is a mixture of English and the different local languages that have formed this language. And of course, Motu, which Motu Koitu people speak. That is also a lingua franca. PNG has 4 regions, the coast and the highlands. Mainly we classify, but we have so many, about 22 provinces, which in terms of governance, we have these provinces to represent all of our people in the country. It is a very complex place because of its diversity in many aspects. So today I want to talk about culture and how it has integrated into modernization and what's happening in the society today. I really don't want to emphasize or look specifically at the physical or material culture that we all know about in terms of dressing, eating, clothing, housing, and every other thing that we know about. I want to really look more specifically into the non-material, the values that we have that is in conflict right now. So that's basically what today's presentation is about. So just an overview, traditional practices in PNG. Like other South Pacific Island countries, Papua New Guinea has very strong social customs. All people living in PNG are structured in clans, of which they have their own governance, leadership, everything in these different ethnic groups. They look at different cultural practices like initiation rites, marriage customs, and the list can go on. This is just an example. There are traditional, distinct practices of agriculture, subsistence agriculture, farming, fishing, that turns into shifting cultivation. And of course, like what I said, in the different parts of the country, these practices are practiced in varied ways as well. Medicinal practices are also seen in PNG traditionally, mostly dependent on herbs for healing. There are different rituals that accompany beliefs and chants, which other Pacific Island countries may be familiar with as well. It has been practiced and it's still, and how it's adapted today is what we'll look at. Education always has been oral traditions. It started right from when a child is born into the family, and then in the community, and throughout the society, it happens orally. There's community-based learning. Every person in the community, generally, elders and those who have the knowledge, pass on this information, skills, knowledge that must be taken, or that has to be passed on to the younger generation, mainly orally, without any other ways, basically. Clothing, traditional clothing. There are traditional attire from mainly that are made up from the environment, like trees, barks of the trees, leaves maybe. Some clothes have been made from animals, like animal fur, feathers, etc., that form traditional attires. These are just some examples I'm giving. Food and diets mainly are made of root crops like taro, cacao or sweet potatoes, bananas, and other crops that are very common right across the country, and they are staple. To this day, they are still eaten. Sago is one common crop of food that is commonly eaten in the coast, but it's always everywhere in PNG because people are moving around in the country and it's become a staple. Housing, mainly in the coastal, it's on the stilts because of the environment or the the climate, heat. In the highlands, it's not on the stilts, but on the ground, built of mainly bush materials and the environment that is there. Language and culture. Linguistic diversity is big in PNG. There's more than 800 plus different languages, excluding the 3 national languages that I mentioned earlier on. So you can see that where there is a language carries culture, so there is so much diversity, 800 plus different diverse culture that is going on in that country, in one country. So that makes it very challenging for many reasons. There's diversity as well in hard dance culture, which I won't go through in here. And of course, all of these can be the values of reciprocity. That is what I will be more or less going towards in my presentation today. That's why I have it last and I picked it out. So exchange of goods and services among clan members. That's the point I will talk about. So just an overview of what traditional practices are in PNG. Now, adoption of modern technology, communication, mobile phones, and internet access has had a very big impact to this day in PNG. Mobile phones have changed. One of the things that has reached the very remotest part of PNG where no other technology could go, like roads and other things, even transport may not reach the very remotest part, but you go to one of those remotest places, you will see somebody holding on a smartphone or a simple mobile phone. So that has really changed a lot of things in Papua New Guinea in terms of that. So it has affected how people are seeing things, doing things, and living. So mobile phone is a big contributing factor that has helped people to adapt to modernization and traditional ways of doing things. Agriculture, modern farming techniques, agricultural apps are not fully used. People are thinking and talking about it, but we haven't gone far in that. Healthcare, telemedicine is also not a very common thing in PNG, but people are talking about it. Of course, we have other medicine, like modern things that are used in the hospitals today, which were not used before. Education, the digital classrooms is a very new thing in Papua New Guinea. Although we have formal education systems, classrooms and everything that has been existing. Today, we want to use the internet to improve the learning experiences of students, but it is still a long way because of the digital divide. Infrastructure development that we have is still a long way to go, okay? I think it's just beginning, I would say. In the place that I come from, the environment or the university that I am at, we just introduced e-learning. This year would be the second year for that. So it's pretty much in its initial stages. Clothing, Western style clothing, synthetic materials are used, food and diets, processed foods are being used today, modern cooking, appliances, housing, modern construction techniques and materials are used together with the traditional. And of course, the cultural aspects of language and culture, some of it, very little, is being preserved in 1 or 2 museums and all that. So to sum all of these up, I can say that most of the cultural practices in PNG, as we can see here, is changing. It's changing and is incorporating some of the technology that has been introduced, but it is only happening in the urban settings mostly. Most of what I'm saying is seen in the urban, which is made up of 30 to 20% of the population. The rest of the people are working towards that. I would say that the vast majority of the people have not come to this as yet, okay? So we have a long way to go in terms of that. But that's just an overview telling you that so much has changed in terms of modernization and what used to be. It's a different setting altogether today with the introduction of many things that has come into it. It has helped us a lot to be better at what we are doing and to be part of the rest of the world. This is a very big benefit in that because of these things, I am here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in here. I would be back at home. So having said this, like what I said, I'll be very brief on this, just highlight it and go straight to what I would like to talk about in this presentation, using the lens or using education as the eye to understanding what culture is and modernization is at the moment. What you see up here is these are students who are taking part in cultural activities that we've had last year at our campus. In this picture here, you can see that these students are seen to be very important in our society because they become the future leaders of the country, or they will take part in all other areas that demand people to do. I mean, they are the ones who will take over, who will rule the country, who will take PNG forth. So education, why I say it is an area that is important to look at in terms of culture and modernization, because that is where all the change is taking place. Now, when a child is sent to school, every parent's wish is for that child to be educated and get a job one day, so that that person or the job will, in fact, help that person and the family and the communities. It is more or less, it is seen more or less as an investment. So a child goes through the formal education system and comes to the end at the university level, where you see here, is already taught so many different things. Along the way, this student or this person either leaves some of the cultural practices, beliefs and values, and takes on what we give in the classroom, or embraces everything and takes forth what both of these values that we have can be of use in the country. So I want to talk specifically on the value system of reciprocity, which is what is coming up next. When a person who graduates and goes, for example, okay, they get a job, they know that it is not just them, but it is the family that they are responsible for as well. In this system of education, where we teach students to be competitive in education, where we give exams, we teach them that the world is tough out there, you have to work and compete and earn money and look after yourself and all that. That is a value system that is introduced that comes into clash with a system, a value system where our culturally or traditionally, we believe that we live in a community, what we have, we share. That is usually conflicting today when a person graduates from the schools and becomes somebody, a worker, an employee later. So I just want to focus on this in the rest of the presentation. When I talk about values of reciprocity, in this picture here, you can see here that the bilum, we call it, this is in PNG, we call this a bilum. And I know I just learned in the car when we drove here that bilum, according to Palau, is a dish, I think, or so. This bilum here we see is a bag that is traditionally made by women especially, but men can even do this as well. What shows here is yarn that has been woven by women with different patterns, and you can use it to carry things or keep newborn babies especially. In this picture is a picture of a baby who is in there. I chose the picture of this bilum purposely to show or to tell you that those intricate design and yarn that is put there is symbolic of what holds a person, the society of PNG traditionally, the relationships that we have in our communities. Relationships that we build in our communities is a very strong symbolic aspect of our culture. It is actually the foundation of everything that we talk about. It is built on relationship. whatever we do, whatever changes that are taking place, relationships are foundational. But this is now, I don't know if I should use the word threatened. It is now a challenge to maintain that relationship steady because of the conflicting values I mentioned. The conflicting values of what individualistic nature of what westernization education brings with it, that you must work and think for your family and yourself, and you compete with the others. That nature of individualism is really not a cultural thing for PNG. So it poses a lot of challenge for people who work and earn money to share your money. That is something that is very scarce now. The value of whether to share it with your relatives and your family or to think for yourself is a decision one has to make constantly today in this changing world. So I would say that education, why I said education is because in the system we have to teach people to know that culture, our nature, our identity must be maintained in terms of these values, recognizing the importance of people and relationship in order to move forward, accepting everything that's coming, but we got to maintain our relationships because that is our welfare system. That is our safety social network. We don't have a safe, official, legal, formal safety net system in the country. So that builds our strength. And so today, as I speak, if I give a personal reflection of what happened, my experience of this concept, of this idea that I'm talking about in terms of culture and modernization and trying to adapt to all these things from the perspective of value system. I, every time, am faced with the challenge of my hard-earned money that I get as a salary. I know that it is not only for me, but it has to be shared with the rest of the people. When there is situations of cultural obligations, which is what happens, marriages or compensation or other social communal obligations that are there, which are now becoming, that's what I'm trying to say here, they are adapted to today's society, is that we have to use money as a transaction to solve these issues in the communities and the villages. So for a person who has been educated to know that you have to take care of yourself first, and then others, not others rather, you have to think of yourself first, is a challenge. That's what I'm trying to say for many people. I talk on behalf of other people as well, because we have to serve the community and maintain our relationship. Otherwise, they see us as people who don't belong there. You are seen as somebody who is greedy, and we don't want to have this kind of names attached to us. So the challenge of trying to balance these is something that the education system needs to look at and address when it is now, of course, the education system is now looking at it, of course, as traditional educational practices being introduced into the curriculum, but mostly they are to do with material culture. These deep-rooted values and beliefs that are made up of a society in PNG need to be addressed and talked about in the system as well, the non-tangible part of culture here. So I use this particular example to share with you or say that the challenge of accepting and living our modern life it comes with some decisions that you have to make. And that is a personal decision, but it must be something that you need to consider for the whole community as well. If you want, it's a personal choice. Nobody's going to force you into it. I say this because the last picture here is what I'm trying to get at. We're talking about sustainable development. We're talking about sustainable practices. Everything that is sustainable starts with a person. And the person has to understand that whatever is sustainable for us to use in the future, we need to train a person to understand that concept. To have sustainable development means a person must be developed first. A person's attitude, a person's value system, a person's beliefs and cultures. And Papua New Guinea, I believe, needs to, the bridge, that is the picture that you see is a bridge. It's a footbridge connecting one village to another. Underneath is a very big river. So it's just a symbolic, it's very symbolic of saying that the traditional culture is very important, as well as the modern culture is very important. There has to be a bridge, and the bridge is understanding the values, we call it in Papua New Guinea, passing big plus something. I'm saying this because it means the values, the things that you understand about people, the importance of people, why you want to give somebody something when you know you don't have much. That is driven by value. And that will definitely call for an education that enables people to see these things apart from getting a job and just mere living, but a bigger picture of understanding people, caring, respecting the environment. These are values that must be incorporated into the system. And I see education as a very important place where you can make these changes, adapt this, and achieve sustainable development, because at the moment, our education system is focused on you get a job, you are educated, you are seen to be valued, you have more status, okay? So you are validated. All of these things are to do with how we perceive people and society through our value system. So the thing about culture and modernization today is for PNG and maybe other Pacific Island countries to really look into the education system that is there. Not only to integrate and adopt technology, because we have all this, the university that I come from has computer science department, all the 4 or 5 engineerings. We have the humanities, natural sciences, everyone. So everyone, all of these things are taught, and it is good for our country. We want to have this and advance and become like Japan and like other developed countries, because it is important to get to such a stage. But we don't want to get to such a place without fundamentally building our culture. Our culture is our identity, and it is primarily driven by the value systems that we have. And these values are being challenged as we speak because of the competing values that are being introduced through modernization, or rather not modernization, through the Western form of education that we have. So we need an education system, finally, that is going to teach people both the value system of traditional ways of living together and respecting mankind, respecting the environment, because everything will last when that is in order. Other things, money, infrastructure, governance, all of that will come into place when we train a child to have these common fundamental values that I believe are seen in all Pacific Island countries integrated into the curriculum over our current programs or curriculum that we have. I'm speaking mainly from the perspective of PNG through the lens of education because that is an area I am familiar with. So, thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you so much. イメルダ・アンベリエ様、どうもありがとうございました。
Ms. Imbelia Amelda, thank you very much. Next, Dr. Christopher Kitalon, VP of Vice President of Palau Community College Cooperative Research and Extension, please.
Thank you, Imelda. It really sets the stage for the next discussion. I know that we'll be about...
ありがとうございました。私は食料の安全保障の観点からお話したいと思います。教育も少し交えてお話したいと思います。パラオの場所はこちらです。皆さんご存知かと思いますけれども、グアムを経由で短時間で行けます。歴史ということで見ると、
country that we're trying to work with Japan on, and it's because we share that ridge. I'll go over the geology. I mean, geology pretty quickly, but the Rock Islands are a specific place that I talk about in the work because it relates to some of the archaeological sites. Everybody likes going to Palau for the Rock Islands, as the minister and all PVA introduced. It's a place to keep them away from us, so we don't have to. I'm just kidding. They're trying to move tourism up to Malgaog and Airai, but they're usually there for the Rock Islands and diving. So this is the undercut components of the Rock Islands. We did some ecology out there, 52 transects. But the soils of Palau, I go through this because this is my lens. It's a technical side, trying to see how plants grow, how people live, and it gives you a good idea of how things come back. So you can see how the changing faces relate to the land itself. So the vegetation on the Rock Islands, which you saw, strand, limestone forests, it's similar to those Thai things you see, and then the mangrove forests. So on the larger islands, you have those same three, plus swamp and wetland. We're one of the only Micronesian islands with a wetland area, like a lake. It's really huge. You can get to the other side in 1 minute on a kayak, so not so huge. Then the lowland forests, the riparian forests along the waterfalls that people like to visit, and then the interior forest. And the interior forest is the primary thing. So if we're looking at the plants that are endemic or localized to Palau, that's where we look. And then the savanna, this is the savanna areas, it's a question. It's really important in medicine, but was it a human influence thing? So now we're getting into human influences. We saw the land before it was touched, and now we arrived. So the human influence components are the homesteads, the agroforestry, Masai, and the other areas, SERS, like where they're doing collections for growing like food materials and housing and whatnot. And this is kind of a rendition of what an old village would look like. You can see the different components of it, everything along the waterway and close to the ocean where we need to collect food. And I think all the islands will have pretty much the same thing, except I think usually we bury people around the top and try not to let them float off into the ocean. But everything goes along the waterways where our main source of protein is. Palau has no large mammals, so except some pigeons, which they made illegal for us to shoot, but some of us still do it. And then now, okay, so that was the traditional component. And now I think they kind of looked at this as I talked in Taiwan, is that transition from a subsistence to a globalized economy. And it really touches in with what Imelda brought up with our cultural variations and the value structures that come into play. So I kind of wanted to go through that simply just to show kind of a transition phase and where we were throughout it. So how our economy is going to develop, how are we going to develop, how we're going to maintain an identity while it evolves. So this is the globalization history, right? It's the age of discovery. You can see the countries that are involved, and you can see the battery power. It's how fast it moved. And then you have the industrial goods, the factories, then supply chains with all the ships and everything, and then the digital goods. We'll come back to this, but you can see the people that led the world at that period of time. But it relates back to how we develop as small island countries. So the one missing link that they don't talk about, because it's really not part of one of the rich histories of first world countries, is the trade across the Indo-Pacific, Malaysian, and Austronesian areas. And we had this discussion about language barriers. And I think on my dissertation board, I had a guy who did the linguistics for the Pacific Islands, and he grouped us with the Carolinians. And I put him on my committee with Dr. Yano so that he could tell him he was wrong. Because Micronesia is a real good case of, as you could see in Papua New Guinea, it's like your Tower of Babel, where we're supposed to be closely linked islands and grouped into one political body, but we all speak different languages. Just like that bridge across, when the ships and the planes came, we were able to share, but there was already language developed. So Papua New Guinea, Micronesia, you can see that, where they have 800, because people couldn't cross geographical barriers and geological barriers. We had the ocean, okay? But what was connected, you could see the early connections was the money bead trade. And this was actually studied by a German duchess in the south of Taiwan, looking at that trade, the Southeast money bead trade, which you'll see on the Palau women's neck. It's a very, very specific trade route that they know was brought up through Javanese. And this was those first contacts. So it wasn't the Western contact that was initialized. It was the Chopang trade, the bêche de mer, so the sea cucumbers. It was a big trade item in the industry. It still is in China, but that was brought up through with Javanese sailors up from the Australian areas. And when they had issues going through the islands because of weather or political issues, they came around. So there's instances where they're stopped on Palau and refueled. So you can see that route that they rolled up through. I guess that was what I was saying. And this is how, I think the best story that describes it is in the Antelope Tale. So Captain Wilson was the first quote-unquote contact where he ran aground in Ulong. And the first thing he heard, because I don't know if there's any Guam people here, but the Chamorro said that the Palauans were savages that ate people because they wanted to keep the trade ships going through Guam. Really smart idea. Good trade mechanism, reduce competition. So when Captain Wilson went aground, the first thing he did was fortified and got his guns ready. But what happened is he had a Javanese sailor on his boat, and there was one that was abandoned with Ru'ur. And they were able to communicate, which is a very important thing, communication. So he got weapons and became a powerhouse in Palau. So this is that first introduction. And it kind of fades away because people don't discuss that. But that was one of the most important components, to say that we were a trade community prior. And there was cloth and metals moving up through the Southeast money bead trade in the Chopang. And then Spanish, that's the next phase, they claimed us, and it was the copra trade. Because I don't know if people know, there was a lot of copra put around the islands. Coconut was king. So after the Spanish, I forget what happened, I think there was a war or something, and Germany bought us. And this is one of the old advertisements that they had for coconut oil. If you look there, I don't know who speaks German here, I can't read it, but it's pretty much saying that coconut is king, an oil above all other oils. So before refrigeration, people kept bread in Western communities. So what happened, because of the palmitic acids or the oils in the coconut, it kept bread longer. So it became a commodity trade item. And that's why we have all these yashirings around Palau and all the Pacific, and that was a major trade hub. And then it was Japanese. Japanese came down, and what they say, I think it was an African who told me once, if we put the Japanese in Nigeria, you'd have the richest country in the world, because they were very good at utilizing resources. So they mapped out, used Palau as part of the Nanyo territories for large mining, which initially started with the Germans, and then moved through bauxite mining, and then hard farming. So there's so many different farms set along, and these are the different villages that you see there. And then, of course, there was the war, as the minister brought up. This is Peleliu. It was completely razed. During the war, it was one of the largest sites. It was important in securing all the airfields so that the big baby could leave Tinia to bring the atomic bomb up. So it was an important site for protecting that route. And it was supposed to be a 1-week battle that lasted 3 to 4 months because of the caves. But you guys can visit and enjoy the Palau tour, and they'll tell you everything about it. And then there was the trust time, the rebuilding, beginning of dependency on Western items, and then I call sort of the independence move in 1994, which I kind of call the interdependence because we're still heavily dependent. And it's that search for sustainable development and self-sustainability economically. So, okay, that's the same thing. Bilateral relations, Western medicine. And I gotta go through this through the lens of health because that's my background, pharmacology, health, looking at medicines, then shifting over to food. So, it kind of looks weird, but I put this in you saw that first thing, first subset of globalization. So I link it up with the time frames. And it's important because, as you can see, as the first world countries are developing, we're still having our contact. So our components, we're still living that subsistence lifestyle, but the industrialized world is moving. So the majority of the Pacific Islands were a part of a larger country's industrial revolution. So we never really had our own. Our knowledge, our traditional skills were still for subsistence, which was good enough to exist in the world that we knew before we were colonized. So the shift came, as you could see, in that independence component, where we were still building. But it was very, very late in the game. So this is the scope that I look through when we're talking about trade, economy, practices, all that stuff in development. Because at some point, while everybody was way ahead of us, we were only part of something else. So as Pacific Island nations, when we try to develop economically, we have to make sure that we understand the lens that we're at. We haven't really had our industrial revolution. We haven't went through the 3 stages of production, sales, marketing. But we do have something that other people don't. It's the skills that Imelda brought up that keep us in the land that we're at. Okay? So it's an interaction. Everybody's just I like using dictionaries. I tell the students, use a dictionary. It's the best tool. This is what globalization is in the dictionary, the World Atlas. It's an exchange of things, right? So it's just like a knife. It could be used to cook or it could be used to kill. So it's enhanced by trade partnerships. As she mentioned, the internet, mobile phones has brought the world closer. Initially it was ships, then it was planes, and now it's the internet, right? Who knows what's next? Maybe we'll read each other's minds. And then these are ways for people to access information and goods. So the issues is inequalities, as we all try to bring up, and then education, all these educational things that she mentions. And the main thing is cultural devolution, as we'll get into. So this is that word devolution coined by Wolf and Medin. With modernization, it may be that knowledge about living things has decreased. So as opposed to us knowing our natural environment, now our kids don't really understand it because they're not a part of it. They're part of their phones. So this is one of the papers done in Pohnpei, looking at what skills they possess, fermenting, building canoes. So we did a survey on that, and then we looked at health factors, because that was our scope. How did that information translate to how healthy a person was? And as you can see, the end slope kind of moves away. The older people are actually more healthy, and then the people who haven't been a part of the traditional practices start getting less healthy because they're not in tune with the environment around them, and the skill sets have switched to something else. Okay, if everyone's not asleep yet, how do we? And then the transitional, this is the picture that Hideyuki wanted to see. There's the turtle at the bottom, the transition of diet, this is what everybody says. This is a paper done with Shimizu looking at where food comes from in Palau. It's very important. The scale looks at the products, and the size of the circle is largest to least. So the majority of the products come from US that we purchase in the stores, right? And we'll get to that later. And this is our health. This is what I looked at 2011. I'm not gonna do it again because it shifts. But of the top, everybody said NCDs and obesity was a first world problem because they had too much food. But what we did with Dr. Yana as minister is look at all the countries based on the indicators that they made. And of the top 50, more than 50 or 60% were island nations. And then that's when they took it off of first world disease. But it's data available, and it kind of pushed us to the point where Novotny, a couple of scientists out of UH, went in to look at diet changes and restrictions and weight-based stuff. So then I had to look, Dr. Yano told me, go look at why the problem's there. So the first things, focus on healthcare. We're symptoms-based. We switched from Western medicine to try to preventing, right? And the cost, because obviously we didn't have a real thick economy. It was really subsidized. And then lifestyle, which is the main thing that comes and hits us. So now we look at both trends, the issues of globalization and then our issues in health. They're all related. But everything usually is, right? So it's just finding those relations and seeing how we can address them. So like I said, globalization of health, it's either a tool that we can use to help us or to kill each other, which is the trade economy that we kind of push with our corned beef and tuna society. So what is health first? And as the minister was mentioning, holism, right? The health word comes from the word whole, which is all the person, right? And integration is putting parts to make a whole. So it makes sense that you want to integrate in order to create whole or health. So this is kind of what we looked at. So the first thing that we looked at is trying to gather that traditional knowledge, as Imelda was mentioning, and integrate it into a system that still addresses modernization, using modern techniques to validate traditional practices. So we came up with a healthcare manual, which is done in Point Pay, looked at all the plants, talked to all the healers, and then did a study with the students. We had a bunch of students over Christmas and summer go to their families, ask what they're still using. It's called a retrospective treatment outcome. And it looks at what people are using already and see how effective it is. And then focused on developing a clinical trial on the components for treatment of diabetes, which is published, and now it's covered by insurance. So this is just one component. And that was my background, looking at pharmacology, but it didn't address the real issue, which was our food and our dependency. But what is the real issue? That identity, as Imelda mentioned. We are still trying to learn, as she said, the pedagogy that was put in by Western components, where it focuses on that me, the food that I have, and trying to adapt that into a period of 1 or 2 generations. Losing that identity, understanding what is identity. The computers, the TV shows, trying to show you what outside identity is. That information drumming in and trying to put you in a place where you're not sure where you exist. And it's not just with us, it's all around the world. So, what we said as we pushed into sustainable production, right? As we said, all of our stuff comes inside and we just don't live sustainably. So the amount of food that we consume on the small island of Palau equals you need 14,483 hectares, which is more than 100 times the size of Palau. So this is something that you look at around the world. Are we living sustainably? And we never are, but that's okay. That's globalization. It's making sure you have access to stuff, and we all want to be part of that component. We do want to enjoy the luxuries. You can't change that. People think they deserve it. Why shouldn't they? They got educated. So we did a food insecurity thing, and this was what kind of turned it. Everybody was saying, if there's a huge drought and crops die, people will be hurt and hit. But you can see in Palau, we weren't that badly hit because we're importing most of our stuff. And in Solomon Islands, where they have the most of the 4 countries' production, they were hit the hardest. So you can see that. So the ships still moved, so a buffer was developed. And this is a good and a bad thing. You still want to make sure that people are safe. This was done by students too. And then this was the other component which they looked at. Do you go fishing? Do you go hunting? And most people go to stores because everybody gets educated. But this is nothing new. Subsistence household, fun stuff, all the same thing we usually know, that everybody's going to the store to get their food, but most people need data, so that's where I have to go, get the data, talking to the people. And then we go back to the tourism component. That's also a double-edged sword. When your economy is based on tourism and it drops out, what does everyone do? Luckily we had some bailout packages where people were able to learn other skills during that time period of COVID. But still, it's a dangerous game that we're playing because we're heavily dependent on something that technically should be icing on a cake. So we look back to what we were, that subsistence component. Is there a way to use both of those things? And that's by adding value to the products that we're keeping us alive in the beginning, but also being able to use the stuff that people bring in. No good, no bad, just what is. So food security component, 86 food is imported, taro produced average 6% dropping out. And so we came out and we talked, actually it was with the minister, which was great, and the team to look at taro, increasing taro production in Palau, and that became a main focus, which was good because it brought that skill back. It brings the carbohydrate thing, but it also becomes part of a marketed component. So it becomes popular, because in order to get people on board, you have to make it a progressive fad or something that people can grab onto. So the idea was food security through sustainable taro and aquaculture in Palau. This is kind of the focus that we looked at now. So we have a lot of taro production and we're looking at aquaculture components. Why? Because you're taking on things that we already have and enhancing them and adding that science spin so that the kids say, oh, this is modern, this is cool, this is fun, and most important, sexy. But that's just our thoughts. So we have to learn back from when Palau was the highest in production rates. It was during the Japanese time. They produced more than 2 tons, 3 tons of export a day with industry. But how do we adapt that to a component that we could use, right? Let's go through. We look at the challenges first, to the crops that we want to develop, soil, and we bring the students into looking at how they can resolve that issue themselves. So we sample all the soil, use the chemistry, all those modern techniques to see how can we plant in these areas. You guys can run drones, you guys can put soil sampling in, but you're still gonna plant your taro. And they're all like, oh, climate change is a huge deal. We gotta watch out for salt water coming into everywhere. I'm not sure why, but make sure we have the facts and make sure they're involved with all those new issues. So we bridge that gap. We take the stuff that we already did, which was the taro production, which was the fishing, which was going on the reefs collecting for ourselves. And then we integrate it into a scientific curriculum, right? So it becomes something that's cool. So we put together those things, looking at, okay, this is what Palau is. This is how you can do agriculture in Palau, in your community. It's in a book because we've been pushed towards Western education, so we might as well put it in a book. So you guys can read it, memorize it, take notes, lose it, buy it again. You know, somebody can do something. And then everybody says climate change is real bad. Everybody's complaining about it. So we said, okay, you guys are going to take these probes out. We're going to develop the saltwater resistant taro. So you guys are going to be cutting edge kids. Come up with new products, but based on the same integrated knowledge. So it's using the same things, but putting a spin on it. So making sure that we don't throw anything away when you do it. So right now we're looking at genes linked to saltwater tolerance so that we can be part of International Atomic Energy's fun stuff and share it with the rest of the Pacific Islands. And then looking at our own products. Mangrove crabs, the original trade thing, which was the bêche de mer, or the sea cucumbers, and aquaculture components that we could share with everyone. Develop technology to enhance the reefs in the state community so that the people can continue their action, but have that science spin. Because they can't just go, nobody's gonna go out and just do it unless it's part of curriculum now, because everybody's thrown in school for the majority of their life, pretty much, as a young adult. So it has to be integrated, as Imelda was saying. And then looking forward, it's connecting that community component, right? It's looking at this stuff now. The most, I don't know about the other islands, but the highest protein that we consume is frozen chicken coming to the island. So getting a chicken program in, integrating that into the taro projects, getting things in motion that already are affected or affecting the community, because the palate changes. So if you want to address things from a young age, you have to make sure that you don't throw away the stuff that they've already become used to, because that's just degrading what you've developed over time. You have to slowly move it in, just like a drug addict, I guess, but we won't say it like that. But they have developed palates and tastes, and we can't throw that away. We have to make sure that we mold it in if we want to. It's not going to be a quick change. And then private, public, community fisheries development, looking at things that hit that globalized market, but are focused on products that we have internally. So looking at the old method, but turning it into an integrated technique. Looking at new products that fit in the terrain and can grow economy and still be in there, and still provide for the food needs and health needs of the community, while also allowing for us to do our traditional gathering components. So you can address the massive tourism component so it doesn't degrade the environment or take away from the environment, but make sure that people don't forget how to interact with the environment. And the most interaction that humans have is through consumption. So we don't pull that away. So we do want them hunting turtles. We do want them hunting seal. But there is that other option, so it doesn't hit the community. Or do we, as my wife said once, this was really good, and I want to tell her what she ate, can we farm it? Like they herd cows, and I said, why not? So it's developing these new means because globalization is there. And the things that really hit us is when people start purchasing things and not getting it on their own from the wild. So how do we annex that? It's through developing these agriculture and aquaculture techniques that increase that population and allow us to continue practicing our traditional gathering techniques. So this is the usual thing that economies look at, the balance of trade. And this is the model that Palau has now and most of the islands. Very low exports and very low imports. So the programs that we're looking at when you do sustainable harvest and aquaculture and production is creating that green line that'll level that out without actually having to hit the export and import market directly, but eventually get there. So if you can do that subsistence production, if you can keep people hunting and gathering so they don't have to be hit really heavily by the economic downfalls because they are not purchased, they don't have to purchase things, then you can buffer any component that's there, whether the ships stop or whether there's a drought. So there's a balance. So that's what we look at, and that was the main component. So practice makes perfect, communities engaging in integrated practices. The fusion allows sustainable development and cultural preservation, and the Pacific culture is not only preserved in books, it's practiced daily and sustains us and is shared. So these are the kind of components that we want to put out there. We can't keep them in the classroom all the time, but you have to make sure that they want to go outside. And this is the model that we look at and add that value to those things that we already do. I don't know if that made sense. I hope it went on with what Imelda was saying. And we will discuss, if you want the turtle story, we can ask maybe the minister to tell us the story of Ngomalis first. Do you want to tell the story of Ngomalis? No, he doesn't, okay. So there's many, in all of our cultures, there's legends about turtles, right? And we were having this discussion because, of course, that's traditional food for us. And as we said, we didn't have large protein, big land animals. So it was turtle and the dugong were our large protein. And the study of it, like everybody told us in the 80s and 90s, hey guys, we're gonna start mapping where the turtles go and how they nest. But we already knew how they nest. And the legend of Ngomalis is 2 lovers on the beach were there. She took off her, I don't want to say grass skirt because it's actually armal. It's a bark as Hide was mentioning. But she put it on the beach and then it went away. They were under the moonlight. And they came back another time and then the same turtle came up with the grass skirt. And this is how they knew that turtles came back to the same place for breeding. And the majority of the island people knew that, but we all had to wait for SPREP and outside people to do a documentation of it, but we were a part of it. And there's, of course, our village where our legend was we're going after the turtle without anchoring our boat. So these are all components of harvesting practices and understanding these animals. And what we try to do with these integrative approaches to the word science, and I say the word science is just the knowledge of anything, is that we tend to throw away thousands or hundreds of years of knowledge to take up 1 month of research. And I gotta make sure that this is what this sort of project is looking at. The economic value of 1,000 years of work allows for real things to be developed. If they weren't continually practiced, they wouldn't have, and people didn't stay alive, they wouldn't continue to be used. So as Imelda said, how do we integrate, this is how we integrate the practices into the modern pedagogy in our islands and everywhere. Thank you. Oh.
ありがとうございました。クリストファー・キタロン先生のプレゼント。
Thank you very much for the 2 presentations. And now I would like to hand it over to Dr. Otsuka to moderate the next session until about 2:55.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Imelda-san and Christopher-san. I think you really mentioned very important points. I was not able to even take notes because they were so intense in your content. So, to improve the society and make lifestyles convenient is done by technology, but for some reason it became not just a tool, but the valuable lifestyles and knowledge has been threatened by the technology. So both of you were talking about the destruction of identity. So the identity that was based on the history and traditions, but something is happening to really to deprive of that tradition. So from Tuvalu, we have Ms. Chilo. So it's similar things happening, the traditional lifestyles and value systems. Are they in conflict with the modern technology, or is there integration? So may I hear from you first, please?
Well, as we all know, traditional knowledge and skills encompasses all forms of skills for sustaining life: fishing, farming, building canoes, weaving of fans, and so on. Well, the traditional practice was to use all resources. There is a proverb in Tuvalu which says, "Do malosi, koto maumea," translated to "your strength, your wealth." Well, that is no longer applicable now, because since your wealth is determined by how much money you make, not entirely on the capacity of your own strength. The Department of Culture in Tuvalu have been initiated efforts to revitalize traditional knowledge. But a major constraint on this, on passing on traditional knowledge and skills to other generations, is that these traditional knowledge and skills in Tuvalu are family-owned and cannot be shared with anyone else other than your own kin. So it is really important to gain partnerships to cooperate with these individuals in order to further preserve the traditional knowledge and skills in Tuvalu, which is eventually disappearing because people cannot share it to others, because it is family owned. It is only shared by your own kin, you to your children and your own family. And there's also the urban drift, which is a major factor to the traditional practices. People who come from overseas, or Tuvaluans who go for education overseas, they bring new ideas and practices that undermine traditional lifestyle. So effective ways to promote and protect traditional knowledge and cultural values are truly essential. As Imelda mentioned, education and relationship is the foundation of everything. And to include these streams of culture into school curriculum, and for communities and NGOs to organize events to bring people that enable them to pass on the traditional knowledge to younger generations is really essential. That's it, thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. So connection between people are very important, and that's what Imelda-san mentioned. Now in Tonga, I think the same can be said. So Mr. Hepeti, what is the situation in Tonga, or what is your view on the situation on Tonga, having heard the presentations?
Thank you very much, facilitator. Before I comment on I would like to say thank you very much for the good presentations. I think you present very precisely the way that we face in the Pacific in terms of globalization and integrations of new concept coming into the Pacific Island states. But as in Tonga, we face a similar notions and idea about how to integrate the new concepts into our culture. Education, I believe, because I am from the education sector, is the main driver of how to integrate new ideas coming into our shore and then into our doorsteps. If we are trying to integrate it into the needs and through the lens of our context, that would be good for us to use it. If not, then could be debatable. For us in Tonga, we believe our language is one of our identity to preserve our culture. And then we have established in the education sector our language policy to focus in our vernacular of teaching language right from elementary school class 1 to class 3 as part of our identity. But because we are coming into a stage, we have different values. We have cultural values, we have moral values, we have economic values. Before we integrated those values, we need to have a fair idea of how to integrate those values to be acceptable in our society. And I wish to share the idea, one of the values from culture in Tonga about the status of women. Nowadays, the global ideas coming is to mention and highlight the right of the women. But in Tonga, based in our culture, women's, right from the beginning of Tonga, are superior in our community, in our society. Once you become an auntie, your brother's children, they will honor you if you are women. In a funeral event or any other custom event, they put the women as a superior position to pay respect. Nowadays, coming with the global issue of the women's right, as in Tonga, with our cultural values still exist. We don't want to integrate it because of our cultural values still exist. And we believe it's all aligned and integrated already with the needs of the global issues. So that's the kind of things that we want to think wisely before stepping into. Otherwise, then we will make a pending issue as they mentioned earlier. Sometimes we try to retain our culture as part of our uniqueness in the Pacific. But at the same time, what is the best way and a way forward to be exist as the Pacific Islanders and to retain our cultural identities to align with our values in our Pacific? I remember the Fijian guy mentioned in the Pacific a phrase called Pacific Ways, which means that we have commonalities amongst the Pacific Islands. We don't care about time because we have our own ways. But that's the uniqueness that we want to preserve and retain, despite those good things flag out from the global countries. But that's how I believe that education is the main driver of integration of any new concept or new culture coming into the Pacific. But we, at the same time, we can retain our cultural identity as the uniqueness of us from the Pacific. But that's how Tonga integrated those ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are actually running out of time, but Dr. Ezaki, so in Japan, I think we have incorporated various new concepts. So we have now this concept of winning in the competition is the way to success. So J-pop and new culture, new things are coming into Japan, but still the ama fishing culture have been retained, and you have both the new and the traditional in your community. So from that perspective, do you have any comments? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, listening to what you have been saying, I was really thinking back at my own community, because under the pandemic or after the pandemic, I strongly felt that in the urban areas, the people in the urban areas and the people in the local communities, we have the same goals, including sustainability, but there are differences in the way what is needed to make it sustainable. I think there's a gap between the way people think in urban areas and local communities. So the technology is used for communicating to the outside. We use a lot of technology in the local communities, but in terms of convenience, I think we use it less. We use less of technology to enhance convenience. I think when I was younger, we were really seeking more convenience. Having a shopping center in the cities, and but now that there's internet, it is possible to do online shopping. You don't have to go out to shopping malls to buy something. So those people in the local community are no longer, desiring these types of conveniences. But the ama divers that I was talking about, when foreign visitors come, they are often asked, why did you choose this profession? Well, they would say, I didn't choose. This was the only way. The only thing that I was able to do as a woman was to be an ama diver. So, from the very beginning, the value systems are actually different. When there was a Ise-shima summit, the G7 summit, since that time, the number of ama divers that was declining have started to come back up. So there are new ama divers now because of different reasons. In the past, that was the only way to make a living. So they didn't choose to become ama divers. But now, some people are able to live in an urban environment. They're educated, but they want to live in this community because you are able to make a living as an ama diver. And you are able to acquire skills that you cannot develop anywhere else. And this is not something that you can just study in the classroom. It's not just knowing. You have to practice and make it perfect before you're able to become a professional ama. So, a lot of you were talking about the practice. Well, you have to acquire the skills by practicing, and that has become a value for us. But the issue is, it's very difficult to teach. It's very difficult to teach this skill. There's no textbooks. And, normally you would learn from a textbook and then practice. But as ama divers, it's not the case. When I first went with an ama diver, and they said that they would tell me, they would just show me how to do it. And so they would take me to this seaside and just dive for 2 hours. That's all they said. So if you're able to continue diving for 2 hours, then they would teach me what to do a little bit. But the process of learning was very different, and that's what I realized when I first went out to the sea with him. So these are skills that are traditionally maintained. I think the process of training and education is very different from what we know as modern times. Thank you very much. Yes, we do want to really deep dive on this topic. However, we are running out of time. So finally, I'd like to try to wrap up. So listening to the two presentations and from others, I think you mentioned education as a keyword. There's going to be an education session on education in the latter part of the week, so I am interested in that session as well. So the identities that we have, it would have to be solid because you have to build on that foundation, and that's what you have on the foundation, that is education and technology. So the basic identity that the history has established over time, that would have to be your foundation. And then there are some new tools coming in from outside, but the tools should be leveraged so that it will be to the benefit of your identity. So I think that is a very good perspective. I'd like to thank you all for your inputs. Maybe we would like to continue on the discussion on the floor. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. We had a very in-depth discussion from diverse perspectives. I'd like to thank all the members on the panel and also Dr. Otsuka for your moderation. Thank you very, very much. So this is the end of session 2. Now at 3 o'clock, we are going to have a session on the Palau, the Yokohama Palau voyage report session. So if you can stay on, please stay in this room. We'll be starting that from 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'd like to now begin the session 100 Global Youth Program for Ocean Literacy report for Yokohama Palau STV Mirai Cruise. And I am Nozaki. I will be the MC for this session as well. So on behalf of the organizers, I would like to invite the president of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Atsushi Tsunami. Thank you. I am Tsunami from SPF. And we have up-and-coming sailors from Palau who are aspiring to become Olympic sailors. I'm very happy to see such vibrant and passionate participants in this hall. At OPRI, we have a 5-year plan, and we want to foster 100 leaders in the area of ocean, maritime affairs. And Mr. Sakaguchi later will be talking about this because he's responsible. But in this program, we want to send the young people to the different international conferences to foster competent leaders for our future. That is the basic policy or the objective. The issues around the ocean can persist over centuries. We have to address them, and we do have to respond to some of the challenges. So, as one of the major initiatives of our institute, we want to foster leaders in the area of ocean so as to address the immediate issues, but also in a long-term perspective, we want to be able to maintain the sustainability of our oceans and utilize it in a sustainable way. So we want to transcend those messages to the younger generations. So that's why we are really committed to developing future leaders in the area of oceans. So in March of 2024, we had the cruise from Yokohama to Palau on a ship, Mirai, and those people who were on board that ship who are here to talk about their experiences. So this is just a representation of some of the outcomes from that voyage. And this year, in the voyage in the spring, there were 20 participants from 8 countries entering the voyage. The instructor from Alaska University led the NASA observation program to gather oceanic data on board. And that gathered data is used for the participants to put together a report and make presentations in international organizations. So after the voyage, there have been continued activities by those people who were on board Mirai, and there's one junior high school student who is Japanese, but was on that voyage, said that wants to be a specialist in ocean matters. So I think these kinds of a first-hand experience in the ocean is going to be one way of a sustainable development of leaders of sustainable oceans. So we look forward to the reports from the young people who participated in that program. And I do hope that we will listen intently to these reports so that we would also be able to convey the message to the next generation so that we will be able to continue to think about this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsunami. Now, this event is being translated simultaneously, and the receivers is available just outside the door of this hall.
This receiver at the reception desk of this room. Thank you so much. それでは次に来賓と。
Okay, as a guest of honor, we have with us from Japan and Palau Youth Sailing Club, Mr. Kota Fujiki. Good afternoon to all of you. And I'm very honored to be invited here today. I am representing the Japan and Palau Youth Sailing Club. My name is Fujiki. And thank you for that description earlier by Mr. Tsunami earlier. But about 5 years ago, to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship between Japan and Palau, I was asked by the president to plan something as a commemorative event. So having a party at a hotel is not good enough, I thought. But then my sailing buddies said that maybe we could just sail to Palau. I think there were about 11 boats departing from Yokohama, sailing all the way to Palau. Everybody were on a voluntary basis, and we all sailed. And there were a lot of things that happened as we sailed. One was a yacht for the children. There were many Palau children who had never been on a sailing boat. So not the traditional ones, but these modern sailing boats. The Japanese children had experience, but not the Palau children. So we decided that there will be small yachts gathered so that they will be able to paint and fix the sails. And we have sent them to Palau. But then there were no instructors in Palau. So once again, the Yacht Association of Japan, the retired members, traveled to Palau and instructed the young people in Palau. But then the pandemic hit, and during that time, we were not able to exchange people, but we were able to overcome that. And after 5 years, this Yokohama Palau yacht race, or the sailing race, was implemented. And just last Sunday, another sailing race took place. And yesterday, there was a surprise trip to Disneyland. And maybe they liked the Disneyland more than sailing, which was a little bit sad for us. But anyway, those children will be a major, a bridge between Japan and Palau. And those children may be in the Olympic Games and so on, and that will be great if we can see some Olympians from this group. And as a side effect, Sakaguchi-san is very active, and in 5 years ago, he was in Jamstack organization, and he asked to do a sampling of microplastics. And in the last 5 years, there has been a lot of positive feedback on that activity, so we did it again, and I'm sure that this is going to continue going forward. The global environment is going in a negative direction, but still we would like to bring some good news and come up with positive results. And that is the objective we have, and we ask for your continued support to our activities. Thank you very much for this opportunity today.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Fujiki.
We are very pleased to introduce to you our special guest today, Mr. Alex Ramirez, the former professional baseball player in Japan and the former director of the professional baseball team in Japan, Ngiraibelas, and the representative director of the private organization Famous Together, working for the development of youth through sports. He was born in the Venezuela in October, and also he came to Japan in 2001, and he achieved various important records, including the most valuable players, as well as 2,000 hits throughout his career, and he is in the Hall of Fame of National Baseball League. And in 2022, he started working for the inclusion of the people with disabilities. Vamos Together, and Mr. Ramirez is the representative director of this organization. You have the floor.
Hi, 皆さんこんにちは。ラミちゃんです。よろしくお願いします。
It's really great to see you today.
And when I was 16 years old, I signed professional baseball. I went to United States. I played in the major leagues for 3 years. And then in 2000, I came to Japan. Is anybody translating? I just want to make sure. Okay, hi. I've been in Japan for over 20-something years, and I have accomplished many things as a baseball player. I became the first Latin American to enter the Professional Baseball Hall of Fame. And I accomplished so many things in baseball. But one of the things that God put on my side was that my son, Kenji-kun, has Down syndrome. He's Down syndrome. So despite all the things that I have accomplished in my life in baseball, my wife and I decided to start this wonderful Vamos Together organization for special needs, kids with Down syndrome, special needs, and non-Down syndrome kids with non-disability kids, where everybody gets to interact together. Everybody gets to participate. Everybody gets to enjoy. Everybody gets to be loved as one and not divided. For us, the number one thing and the most important thing is to be one. Our family is the most important. So for us, Vamos Together, it means everything. So Vamos Together, we decided to start with that. We do a lot of events. And Vamos Together, not only the kids with Down syndrome, kids with disability, all the kids, and also the parents get to participate with us. Hopefully in the future, we get to collaborate with Palau to have Vamos Together in Palau and do a wonderful event. So this is what Vamos Together is. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to see all of you, and please enjoy your time. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。はい。
Ramirez様、Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Mr. Ramirez, thank you very much. Now we'd like to begin the reporting of the 100 Global Youth Program for Ocean Literacy program, the Yokohama Palau Voyage program. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Tomohisa Ohara of the Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation. He's leading the department for the implementation of ocean policy, who was a captain of the sailing ship Mirai. Thank you very much. My name is Ohara. In March this year, I joined the voyage from Yokohama to Palau as the captain, and we had 20 participants from 8 countries as training programs, and amongst them we have 3 trainees. We look forward to having their reports today, and we also have a video message from the United States and Turkey. So in total, we have the reports from 5 trainees today. So let me first introduce to you briefly this program 100, the Global Youth Program for Ocean Literacy. This is a 5-year program to educate the 100 youth for ocean literacy. So this program, we intend to have the young leaders for 5 years studying to 2022. And at the beginning, we used starts at Remku of Norwegian, the sailing ship from Palau to Yokohama. And then we went to the United States, and we also participated in the international conference. And the latest, in May 2023, we had a voyage from Yokohama to Palau, which is our focus today. So I first invite Ashlee from the United States. Ashlee developed her own web page to communicate to the world what she experienced on the voyage. This is a video message that she summarized. Please enjoy.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashlee Wells, and I was a student participant in OPRI's International Ocean Human Resource Development Project. Today, I will be sharing this digital story, also called a story map, to teach you more about this sailing journey. It began on March 8th when 20 students from around the world met in Yokohama, Japan. For 2 weeks, we would sail the Western Pacific while collecting scientific data and learning about the ocean. This is the story of our journey working towards a sustainable future aboard tall ship Ngirai. This first map here shows where different students traveled from to reach Yokohama, Japan. So myself and a few other students traveled from America. Zen and Saku, who are with you today, joined from Palau. And as you can see with these green points, we had a great international group of students from all around the world who met in Yokohama to board tall ship Ngirai, where our sailing journey would take place. A little bit of background about the program. The Ocean Policy Research Institute is an organization working to solve ocean issues through science, policy, economics, international cooperation, and education. And so this program was designed specifically for youth to help with ocean education and leadership skills. So students like myself all applied online, and we all wrote about our interest in the ocean or our background in ocean research and leadership, and were selected to join this journey. So first, I'll go into the sailing aspect of the trip, which was one of the main highlights for me. This involved learning new terminology and facing fears, learning about night watch. And so here is an overview of the sailing journey. On the map, you can see we started in Yokohama and ended in Palau. And this was about 2,000 nautical miles and took about 2 weeks. So on March 8th and March 9th, we just learned how to sail, staying in the port. We didn't leave yet. And so this involved climbing the mast, learning how to tie ropes. And then on March 10th, we actually left Yokohama. And so this is a fun picture of us waving goodbye to the land. Unfortunately, the first 2 days at sea had stormy weather, and so we stayed in Mikawa Bay. But on March 13th, we were able to continue our journey towards Palau. We had many activities every day, but sailing was always one of the main ones. At 9 a.m., usually we would begin opening up the sails. There was the jib sails, which are sails on the front of the boat, and then we had the main sail, which was the taller big sail that you saw in the previous images. So every day we practiced sailing. And eventually, we were told we were going to be commanders of the ship, which meant we were going to do most of the sailing by ourselves. And this took a lot of leadership, which I felt really related to the other aspects of the trip, because in order to address ocean issues and ocean policy, we really needed these leadership and teamwork skills that we built while sailing. And so this is a photo of myself and Sakura, who were commanders together, and we helped lead the other students to sail for the first time on our own. And it took a lot of preparation and working together and figuring out plans, as you can see in this image. On March 18th, it marked the halfway point of our journey. By then, we were really like a family. We were all close friends, and we had a sports day, which was super fun. So this is a great photo of us playing tug of war on that halfway sports day we had. After the halfway mark, we began doing night watch. This involves staying up in different shifts or groups of students that would stay up in different 4-hour periods, I believe. And we would do 3 things. We would look for other boats, we would steer the boat, and we would do navigation using a chart, which you can see in this image here. So by this point, we were all pretty comfortable on the boat and gaining confidence in our sailing skills, enough to maybe stop and take some silly pictures that joked about how tired we were doing night watch. March 22nd was our last day on the open ocean, and we just loved to feel the splash of the water and just enjoy our time together on the ocean. On March 23rd, we all celebrated by saying "Land ho!" because we finally saw Palau, which was the first time seeing land in about 2 weeks, which is very exciting for us. And so that was the sailing we did, but we did many other activities, which included lectures, educational activities, group discussions, data collection, and cleaning our ocean home. I won't go too much into cleaning, but one thing I think all of the student participants remember is scrubbing the deck with a coconut husk, which we all thought was a super sustainable way to clean the boat. Every day we had lectures, which were guided by 2 educators on board. These educators were from a program called GLOW, which promotes international education and climate science. And they taught us about things such as overfishing, ocean currents, plastic pollution, and ocean policy. What I loved as well was hearing other students teach us about research they do at home or topics they're very familiar with. So some students taught about sea turtles, waste management, and the Arctic. Here are some photos of us doing water quality testing and learning about different things on board the boat. Along with learning, we actually got to do hands-on science ourselves through data collection. And this was a great way to learn about the marine environment around us. So here we're doing cloud observations, learning about the weather and checking the weather each day. We would look at wind speed and wind direction, which were both important to scientific data, but also sailing. Every day we would collect a sample of seawater and look at different properties of that. This was something that was super unique to tall ship Mirai, which was this tow net we had on board. And Mirai uses this to collect microplastics. Microplastics are a huge threat to the ocean ecosystem and a source of pollution in the ocean. And so we got to learn about microplastics and the harms that they pose to the ocean, but we also got to collect microplastics on board using this tow net you see in the video. So after we would collect it, we would bring it on board, and we would keep the samples until we arrived to Palau and they were sent to a lab for analysis. One thing that I really remember is what we caught on March 17th. There was tons of jellyfish, a plastic spoon, a piece of metal, and many visible pieces of microplastics. So even though we were far away from any land on March 17th, we still saw the harmful effects of plastics in the form of this spoon just out in the middle of the ocean. We also had microscopes on board so we could study microplastics, which are super, super small pieces of plastic. And of course, we collected all our data and put it into spreadsheets for later analysis. After 2 weeks of this data collection, we became confident marine scientists. And this map here allows you to click on different days when we collected data. So for example, this would be on the 17th, and these are all the different pieces of data we collected. So we have latitude, longitude, air temperature, and you can see all the data we collected in this chart. 2 students even took it a step further and worked on their own research poster on board. You can view more of this poster at the Globe website. And so to conclude the educational aspects of this trip, we were in 3 teams and we worked on a presentation. And this involved teamwork, policy, science, and working together to address an ocean issue that we saw on Mirai. So my group focused on microplastics on board and how to eliminate the use of microplastics, but other groups looked at clean energy alternatives and food waste, educational programs. This was a great way to showcase what we learned and the skills we developed, but also propose our creative problem-solving skills and ideas we had to make a cleaner future. And so we arrived in Palau as leaders, sailors, and marine scientists. Collaboration, lessons, and group discussion gave us the tools, knowledge, and skills to address complex ocean issues. We discovered ocean issues in our home countries are not just individual issues, but shared global problems. After working with an international group of leaders, I left Mirai feeling inspired and hopeful for a sustainable future. And here is a picture of all of us in Palau. We received environmental monitoring certifications, which we were very excited about. However, just arriving in Palau didn't mark the end of our journey. We still had the opportunity to meet and learn from sailors, cultural practitioners, conservationists, government officials, and ocean economists while in Palau. This was really exciting for me because we got to continue our learning in Palau and see what the culture and the ways they address ocean issues there in Palau. Here are some great photos there. And I just want to say that sailing and learning, living together on the ocean created a family-like bond between all of the student participants. In Palau, we had a final group discussion to close the trip. As we went around, we said one thing we were grateful for and our future plans. And during this discussion, it really became clear to me that this wasn't just a basic educational trip, but it was really a journey that instilled global unity, leadership, and passion for the environment and the ocean within each of us. I returned home feeling hopeful that we can build a sustainable future for our world. I feel so grateful for my global family, and I'm excited to see how this journey will continue to impact our futures. Finally, I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported this program, including the Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and the Palau Sailing Association. Oh, and of course, the captain and crew and all the volunteers on Mirai. There's so many people that I would love to thank. Here's a list of them all here. And thank you all for listening to this presentation.
So that was a report from Ashlee. Actually, next week, she's going to New York and report about this trip in an international conference. Okay, next I'd like to invite two participants from Palau. One is Zenryu Idip, and the other is Sakuweldo Nero. And they were on the OP yachts, the dinghy yachts, and they are very familiar with sailing. And on July 7th, they were also participating in the program, sailing in Yokohama. So, Zen-san and Saka-san, please.
Good afternoon. Hello, my friend. My name is Zenryu, and I was on board on tall ship Mirai for 15 days with my partner Saku and 34 other people, including the crew and trainees. This trip was out of a dream, with beautiful sunsets and marine animals like dolphins and killer whale. We also had incredibly good food that our chef made for us every day. And I personally loved going outside the deck at night and seeing the beautiful stars and seeing constellation that the crew showed us. But it was not all about having fun. We also did some research, like seeing how much plastic, microplastic and plankton, or what was in the ocean with a net. We even controlled the boat, set the sail, and graphed where we were for 2 days. Lastly, I can't forget about the beautiful friends I made from Tunisia, Japan, Africa, etc. By the end of the ride, I felt like we were best friends and a family. And this was all possible because of Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Nita-san. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Saku, and my unforgivable memory from this voyage is the invaluable friendship that I made. Doing activities with everybody like deck wash, washing dishes, setting up the sail and jib sail, chatting, and lastly, my favorite, night watch. These activities bring us closer to being like a family. Night watch is to keep a lookout of objects that might hit the ship. If you see something, you must report to the bridge that you saw something from 12 in the midnight to 4 in the early morning. This night watch time is exciting to me because usually I am asleep, and if I was awake, my mother would scold me, "Go to bed." But this time, nobody would scold me, so driving the ship and talking to each other and listening to music was so comfortable. The music I listened to on the night watch is still my favorite song today. The activity that I found joy in was sports day. We did tug of war, find the right gear around the deck, and last was ring toss. In tug of war, you usually stand and pull the rope straight, but in Mirai, the space is limited, so we used a pulley and we had to pull while sitting. These are different from regular ones. It was very tight, but the crew members were thinking very hard for us so that we can enjoy the wonderful event. I felt like one team during the tug of war. We timed our pulls saying 1, 2, 1, 2, and kept on repeating it until the round finished. We may have lost, but I felt like we had good teamwork. In addition, in Mirai, we had a lecture talking about the environment every day. In one of the lectures, we were able to talk about recycling problems. I learned that one country is letting one country export their trash into their place for recycling. The exported country is having a hard time recycling all the trash because that country has their own trash and more trash is coming, so the balance and the amount that is recycling and the amount of trash is off. And the trash in the country will not decrease in number. This is happening to lots of other developing countries. In Palau, we have a recycle center, but I've seen places with lots of trash that hasn't been recycled yet because they are still recycling, but the trash won't decrease in number, and I have never seen a day without trash in a place. It means that there is more trash in the islands. I learned that to protect our islands and ocean, we have to reduce what we use in our everyday life. For example, reuse your plastic bag that you get, use small clothes for cleaning, not to waste food, and use natural resources to clean. Without the Sasakawa Peace Foundation support, this amazing program would have never happened, and we will not be able to learn the problems that other places are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. Applause to Zen-san and Saku-san. Both of you were, I think, eating the most on the ship. You were always hungry, weren't you? Okay, next, there's another video letter from Turkey. Yaman, he had his own meteorological observation equipment on board, and he is making presentations in various international conferences about his findings. Yaman, please.
My name is Yaman Çakaroğlu, and I'm from Izmir, Turkey. I work as a research assistant in geomatics engineering at Istanbul Technical University. My passion for marine science and climate research began at a very young age, inspired by my parents who are both scuba divers. They introduced me to the wonders of the ocean, marine life, and the pressing issue of climate change early on. Their enthusiasm and knowledge sparked a curiosity in me that has only grown over the years. It wasn't long before I realized the importance of these subjects, which led me to pursue projects like the one with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Ocean Policy Research Institute. I first learned about the International Ocean Human Resource Development Project through a professor at the Turkish Polar Research Institute. The prospect of participating in such a prestigious project and the opportunity to sail on the Mirai atoll ship was incredibly exciting, fulfilling one of my lifelong dreams. I remember the moment that I received my acceptance letter. It was a mix of joy and anticipation. I knew this experience will be transformative both professionally and personally. Once we arrived in Japan, our journey began. We embarked on the Mirai atoll ship for a voyage from Japan to Palau, spending approximately 17 unforgettable days on board. Our daily routine began at 6:30 a.m. with a wake-up call, followed by a roll call to check on everyone's health. To keep fit and healthy, we have morning exercises on deck, wash the deck with using coconuts, and then enjoy the breakfast together. This morning routine not only kept us physically active, but also fostered a sense of discipline and teamwork. Each day brought a different schedule, including sail training, lectures on marine science and marine economy, navigation classes, and a cleaning time we fondly call happy hour. The sail training was particularly hard. Learning to handle the sails and navigate the ship gave me a deep appreciation for the skills and knowledge required to sail. The lectures were equally enriching, providing us with insights to the latest research and developments in marine science and marine economy. These sessions were led by experts in the field with their passion for their work was truly inspiring. One of the most memorable experiences was the night shifts, where we each took 4-hour shifts over 2 days to maintain stable operations on board, experiencing the life of the real sailors. These shifts taught us the importance of vigilance and responsibility as we worked together to ensure smooth running of the ship through the night. During our voyage, we conducted numerous scientific researches. Daily, we recorded temperature, barometric pressure, pH levels, and collected plankton samples, and creating an valuable 17-day database that contributes significantly to marine science. I also conducted a unique research project called tropospheric water vapor estimation using a special GNSS antenna and the technique of GNSS reflectometry, marking the first time this experiment was conducted in the Pacific. The data we gathered now contributes to an international database, facilitating a global comparisons and enhancing our understanding of atmospheric water vapor. Beyond the scientific achievements, this project forged strong friendships. In just 17 days, we formed a close-knit family, and I continue to collaborate with many of my friends from the journey on new projects. We shared stories, dreams, and our cultures, learning from each other's in a way that transcended the typical classroom experience. These friendships have endured, and we often reminisce about our time on Mirai, dreaming up new projects and collaborations. Reflecting on the experience, I have no regrets and often find myself wishing it had lasted longer. It was an incredibly enriching and beautiful experience. This project not only broadened my professional horizons, but also deepened my appreciation for the interdependence of our world's oceans and importance of preserving them. In conclusion, the International Ocean Human Resource Development Project was a milestone in my life. It provided me with invaluable knowledge, practical skills, and lifelong friendships. It reaffirmed my commitment to marine science and climate research, and I'm eager to continue contributing to these fields. Thank you to Sasakawa Peace Foundation and the Ocean Policy Research Institute for this life-changing opportunity, and thank you all for listening.
That was a report from Yaman-san during the voyage. He spoke with everyone and they participated actively in all the activities. He led all those things, issues, and he's thinking of going to school in Japan, and he's also thinking of working in Japan afterwards. Thank you again. And lastly, Shuri Akiyama, who lives in Tokyo but is studying in the U.S. Tomorrow, she's going back to the United States, but she's now spending her busy schedule time for this presentation. Thank you, Shuri-san. Hello, everyone. My name is Shuri Akiyama.
Shuri Akiyama. I was on board Mirai as a member of the International Ocean Human Resource Project. まずはじめにこのような素晴らしい機会をいただき、心から感謝申し上げます。本日はプロジェクト参加後の私の思いをお話しできたらと思っています。First and foremost, I'd like for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm honored to share my reflection on my experiences and feelings after participating in this project. 横浜からパラオまでの約2週間の航海は今思い返しても夢のような2週間でした。新しいことの連続で
The new things happened one after another during the 2 weeks of dream days. It was a very inspiring days.
Even now, as I look back, the 2 weeks voyage from Yokohama to Palau remains a dreamlike experience. It was a continuous stream of new events and spending time with the project members who became like a big family made every day truly exciting for me. 2週間のプロジェクトを通して海洋と気候変動は密接に関連しているということを学びました。私たちは当たり前に生活する日々の中で環境に配慮できていない行動が多くあります。 その日常の連鎖で水質汚染であったり気候変動などの大きな環境問題に発展しているという現状を深く理解することができました。Throughout this project, I learned that the ocean and climate change are closely interconnected, and we must recognize that many of our daily activity, which we often take for granted, have unintended negative impacts on the environment. I became deeply aware of how small actions can accumulate and lead to serious issues such as water pollution or climate change. 私がこのプロジェクトを通して考えたことがあります。それは今後の地球環境を守り変えていくことができるのは私たち人間であり、私たちの行動が地球の未来を大きく変えることができるということです。日々自然から多くの恩恵を受ける私たち人間の責任であるというふうにも考えています。The most significant lesson that I learned from this project is that we, as humans, are the only ones who can alter the future of our planet's environment, and our actions have the power to greatly improve its future. I also believe that it is our responsibility to do so, as we are the beneficiaries of many natural resources. このプロジェクトに参加するまでの私は、環境問題に対して興味はあったものの、どこか他人事のような考えを持っていたように思います。しかし、私はこのプロジェクトに参加する機会を得て、問題の深刻さを身に染みて実感することができました。今では日常の小さなことから少しずつ、自ら行動に移す努力をしています。時間はかかってしまうかもしれませんが、それらの小さな行動がより大きく、そして環境により貢献できるアクションとなるよう、今後も努力を続けていきたいと思っております。Prior to my involvement in this project, I had an interest in environmental issue, but somewhat felt detached and not thinking of them as concerns of myself. However, this project has reminded me of the seriousness of these issues, prompting me to now actively pursue small actions in my daily life. Although I understand that this may require considerable time, I'm committed to pursuing to my efforts so that my minor actions may one day have a greater and more positive impact on the environment. このような貴重な経験は一生忘れることのない出会い、学び、そして経験、成長の機会となりました。最後になりますが、坂口所長をはじめ、プロジェクトに関わるすべての方に心より感謝申し上げます。私はこのようなプロジェクトが今後も継続され、より多くの人々に影響を与え、それが連鎖して私たちが理想とする未来を実現できる日が来ると信じています。This grateful experience has become an unforgettable opportunity for new encounters, learning, and personal growth. I'm deeply appreciative to Sakaguchi Shocho and all individuals involved in this project. I hope that this project will be continued, and I firmly believe that this will influence others in succession in leading to the realization of our ideal future for the earth as we desire. Thank you for listening. ご清聴ありがとうございました。
はい、秋山さんありがとうございました。はい、で以上、5名からの報告を聞きました。では、前半の締めくくりとしまして、弊所所長の坂口より、講評と挨拶を申し上げます。坂口所長、よろしくお願いいたします。
Dr. Sakaguchi, President of OPRI, SPF.
Respect our all friends from Palau and also our good friends Alex Ramirez-san. I will make my speech in English. Today is the second day of Pacific Island Nations Weeks at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And also, I should like to congratulate all the Palau junior sailor. I should call all your name, Peter and Stephen and Warren and Zen and Shin and Kai and Saku. Congratulations for finishing the goal of the yacht race the day before yesterday. And also, I thank Mr. Fujiki and also Mr. Nitta and all other friends, including Alex Ramdes-san, to unite all of us today here in this room. And also, as Fujiki-san mentioned, since after establishing the Japan Palau Junior Sailing Club, we are more and more united. And also today we listened to all the participants of Sasakawa Peace Foundation's program in March. And we learned within only 17 days, they are all grown up. Because before that voyage, they don't know what's the importance of environmental issues, what's the importance of ocean. And even after the last day of the, after they landed, they asked me, why you brought to Palau? One of the participants of the voyage asked me directly. It's a very good question. And then I answered, since Palau is located in the middle of Pacific and surrounded by unbelievably beautiful ocean. I visited there a couple of times, and every time I'm very impressed. And within the ocean scientist, Palau is actually center of the whole ocean. And if we lose the beauty and also nature and the ecosystem of Palau, that means that's the end of the world. That means we lose everything. And that's why I brought them to Palau to learn their beautifulness, together with their great effort with Captain O'Hara, it's leadership, and also Alaskan leaders. And then actually they learned a lot. But this is not the end. So we, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, will still keep going this kind of a program and unite as many kids, as many junior, as many younger generation together to think about ourselves and also to think about our ocean and also our whole Earth, or the Earth. This is the most important issues, because if we lose our friends, if we lose ourselves, if we lose our ocean, if we lose our Earth, we cannot live anymore. So Sasakawa Peace Foundation's mission is just one single mission, to make this world as peaceful as possible. And I thank you all for supporting us. And also what Ramirez-san mentions is also very important. We should not exclude anyone, but get together and enjoy our life on a healthy world. So thank you very much.
Sakaguchi 所長、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakaguchi. This concludes the first half of the voyage reporting. The website that has been used in this reporting can be reached by a QR code that we will distribute to you at the entrance or the exit. In addition to 5 presenters, A junior high student in the US actually did make a presentation earlier about this voyage, and we have a pamphlet or we have a document about that outside, so please bring it home as well and read. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。小原特任部長、どうもありがとうございました。この後16時よりスペシャルゲストのラミレスさんも交えまして、総合マリン情報誌カジの公開取材が行われます。会場の準備が整いますまで、そのままでしばらくお待ちください。
Thank you very much for waiting. This is going to be the open interview session with the magazine Kazi, the second part of the report session for Yokohama Palau STV Mirai cruise. And the interviewer is a travel writer and illustrator, Aya Yaguchi, who is also from this magazine, Kazi. And we will have you speak with the head of OPRI, Mr. Sakaguchi, among other participants. Thank you. I am Aya Yaguchi. I am a writer with the Kazi magazine. Actually, 3 years ago, I was also on board Mirai. I was in the Seto Inland Sea for about 4 days, and I was very glad to hear the report from all of you, and I'm very happy that I will be able to talk with you and hear about your experiences. Thank you very much. So I would like to ask you, Mr. Sakaguchi, first of all. So Sakaguchi-san, you were talking about the 100 Global Youth Program. So it's a program to develop leaders in this area of oceans. What is the objective of this 100 Global Youth Program? And I would like to speak in Japanese for this part. Okay, so if I may switch over to English. So the objective of this 100 Global Youth Program is what President Tsunami said from Sasakawa Peace Foundation. It is to address the global environmental issues. The grown-ups are setting targets for 2035, setting targets to reduce carbon emissions by 2050, and so on. So various goals have been set, but these grown-ups will no longer be in this world in the year 2050 because they are old. So the young people who are here today and the students and those people who are youth today, we don't want them to take on the responsibility for the future, but we want to think about this topic together so that we can address these issues. There were some reports on video, and also Shuri was talking about that as well. I think you all said that you had first experience of looking at the issues in the ocean within the 2 weeks or the 17 days that you were on the board. And you realized that there were issues out there, and you noticed it. It's not we who made you say these things. You actually saw it and experienced it. So having this kind of a program would generate exposure to the people around the world, the young people around the world, to address the issues now so that the problems will not be postponed to the future. So we want to provide opportunities for the young people to know themselves about the issues. It's not that the grown-ups will tell the young people what to do, but we want the young people themselves to witness the situation. So we had the objective of fostering 100 leaders in 5 years, but it's not that we're going to stop after 5 years. So after developing 100 leaders in 5 years, then maybe we want to probably have 1,000 leaders around the world in 10 years, perhaps. So we want to do that in the next 5 years. Okay, thank you very much. So 100 people in 5 years. How many participants? There were 49 participants in 4 years, so we are lagging behind a little bit. But we have another year to improve. Okay, so what is the reaction? What is the accomplishments you have made so far? It is very surprising to me. I mean, we have not had 100 young people participate yet, but the perspectives of the young people and the most recent voyage, we were participated by young people from ages 12 to 22. So, they were within range of 12 years of age. And I thought that there will be a big gap between the perceptions of the older, people and the younger people. And people were concerned about the difference in age. But I decided that it would still be good to go ahead. But they didn't need adults. The younger people were learning. I mean, the university students were learning from even the younger participants. And I think that's one way of saying it was successful. But another thing I was very pleased with is the ideas and the learnings of the young people were far beyond what the adults have imagined. Nobody taught them, but they learned that the leadership is really critical to address these issues. I think that was a big accomplishment. So I'd like to take as many opportunities as possible to have young people gather in one place and learn. Vamos together of Ramirez, Mr. Ramirez. I think, having people together and be involved in a big project. I think I am now confident that that can make a difference. So I would like to do it. Thank you. You said that you are going to aim for 1,000 participants. So any specific plans for the future? Yes. In the first round, we rode on the Statsrang Remkul, a Nordic ship. So it started from Palau, and it went around the world to Yokohama. There were only 6 young people on board at that time, but the Statsrang Remkul, the captain, and the foundation, the Statsrang Remkul Foundation CEO, and we have negotiated. And there's going to be a sailing voyage in the Arctic Sea. That is our plan. There may be some sensitivities here, but right now there is a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And the children from these 2 countries are not able to travel to outside of these countries. They're not able to study abroad. They cannot travel for fun abroad. I have actually seen that they're not that much restricted in their movements, but that they are not able to exchange with the young people from other countries. They're deprived of that opportunities. And the children from other than Russia and Ukraine cannot have any exchange with the children from Ukraine and Russia. There are many hurdles that we have to overcome, but there are countries where freedom is restricted, and we want to be able to participate in a voyage together with young people from these countries. So I am now in the process of negotiation. The foreign ministries of various countries are totally resistant about it. But I want to dodge these missiles, and I want to make sure that this will happen. I think it's the grown-ups' responsibility to make that happen, because children, when they're very young, they can go beyond politics of the grown-ups. They can become friends, they can become family, and think about the ocean. If they do that, then I don't think they will engage in war with a country where there are their friends. So I think if all the children are able to think about the good of the earth together, then I think there'll be a peaceful future. And I may not be successful, and I would apologize if I cannot make that happen, but I would like to take on the challenge of that difficult task. You know, children are taking on the challenge of difficult tasks, so why not me? Okay, so thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that. Next, I would like to invite Alex Ramirez-san. You can speak. Yes, there's going to be translation, right? You can hear the translation. You can speak in whichever language.
Ramirez-san.
Mr. Ramirez, you are providing support to children with Down syndrome, I understand. And can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ramirez-san, can you hear me? Can you hear the interpreter? Maybe Shuri-san speaks English. I'm afraid I don't speak English. I hope you can hear the interpreter. So Vamos Together is your organization. And Ramirez-san? So Vamos Together, you have an activity as you have introduced. And specifically, what kinds of events are you organizing, for example? Can you share that with us?
Yes. So Vamos Together, basically we're doing a lot of art event, especially kids with special needs. They love doing art. And we get to interact, all the kids get to participate, all the parents get to participate with the art, they get all the art together, they do everything together. So not only the Down syndrome, but everybody get to participate.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. So your activities, involving a lot of artistic activities. But what kind of, do you have any one episode or one event that impressed you most amongst the various programs you organized so far? So when you organized the art event, do you have any episodes or the memorable event that impressed you most?
Yes, actually last year we had the opportunity to do an event at the Yokohama City Hall, and we did a collaboration with Ukraine, actually, and the kids, we did an art event, and then the kids, they draw a whale, and the whale was kind of connecting with Yokohama. So, with the communication and the relationship that Yokohama has with Ukraine was, that was the art was made of that, and that was a beautiful, beautiful piece of art that the kids were able to make, and that was something that the people from Ukraine, they were able to take it back home, and then they put it in the city hall in Ukraine. So that's something that is very touched for us, So we're very pleased to be able to do that.
That was a very valuable the program. Thank you very much. Then Mr. Ramirez, I have another question to you. Well, you organized the baseball the event for young people and other programs for young people in order to draw the children's talent and the potential. What do you think is important?
We do baseball. I have a baseball, Ramichan Baseball Cup, and it's we call it Ramichan Baseball Cup, but it basically is for Vamos kids. So all the kids get to participate. Last year we had 32 teams, almost 600 kids participated. This year we have 16 teams, and the kids, what they play there, especially the special needs kids, they get to design the uniform. They don't get to play too much because it's a little bit dangerous when it comes to playing baseball for some of them, but they get to, design the uniform, and they feel very happy about it and things like that, and they also get to interact. Of course, we want all the kids to be able to play sports. That's the number one thing that we would like to do, to encourage the kids to play sports. And for the special needs to also to understand that even though that they may not reach their goal as a professional, as many people can, but they can also play, they can enjoy, and they can reach their goal at their level. So we never stop them from dreaming, trying to fulfill their dreams.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Mr. Ramirez, the last comment to you. What kind of programs would you like to do from now on in order to develop the young people's capacities?
Our main focus is to be able to help the special needs, the Down syndrome and special needs kids, to be able to live by themselves, to be independent. One of the things is, especially here in Japan, most of the kids, they try to stay together, live together. They don't want to leave their family, but we strongly believe that everybody deserves the opportunity to have their own life. And for us to be able to help, to find jobs, to be able to live by themselves, to be independent, that's something that is very special for us to be able to do and help these kids to be able to, to fulfill those dreams, to be able to be independent.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, next, Mr. Nitta. I would like to ask questions to you now. Well, Japan, you have the board member of the Japan Palau Youth Sailing Club. What is the focus of your activities right now? Thank you very much. In our Japan Palau, the youth sailing program has 3 pillars, so to speak, right now. One of which is Republic of Palau is a very friendly relations with Japan, and we'd like to establish or further cement such friendly relations. And what we can do as the sailing organization, one is to invite the sailing to provide sailing dinghy to the children in Palau, as well as dispatch the trainees or trainers or the instructors from Japan to Palau, so that the Palauan children can continue to enjoy using our boats. And we are sailors at sea, which is precious for all of us. And the sea is not only for us, or the sea is not only exclusively for our neighboring countries. The sea connects everyone. Sea is for everyone. We sailors need to pass this plenty of the ocean on to the future generations. So we want to find a solution from our perspectives, our sailors' perspective. And one is to recover microplastics. The unpowered sailing boats are now being developed in order to collect the marine plastics, which is polluting the ocean. We use the wind and nature's power to power the boats to collect microplastics in order to analyze them, to find the solutions as to what we can do. This is our second pillar. And the third, what we sailors can do, well, we own and operate the ocean-going sailing boats. So perhaps we have our own perspectives, our own perspective as the boat operator. So that is to exchange, promote exchange with Japan and Palau and other countries using sailing boats. Thank you very much, Mr. Nita. So the perspective of a sailor is very important to you, as you said. Sailing boats, what the benefits can you enjoy from the sailing boats, particularly for young people? Well, as you can see, you need teamwork in order to operate sailing boats. 2 people, 5 people, or 100 people on board have to cooperate together in order to run and sail the boat. That we use the nature's power, not our own power. So the sailing boats require cooperation of all of us on board while harnessing the nature's power. And we need to depend on the nature's power in order to pursue one common aim or purpose that is shared by all of us on board. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Nita, we have a last question to you for the development of young people. Do you have any plans for the future, or do you have any ideas for future activities? As Dr. Tsunami mentioned, we have the Republic of Palau, which is a small country in Micronesia, but they have their traditional culture of sailing. I believe that they are enjoying the culture of sailing. And we have the Paris Olympic Games soon. And in 4 years, we have Olympic Games in Los Angeles and Brisbane Olympics in 8 years' time. So the 12-year-old, the young people will become the 20-year-old adults by that time. So they might be an Olympian as the sailing boat operator in the future Olympic Games. That is our dream, and we want the people in Palau to share this dream as well. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Nita's ringies, these the Palau kids have been using the sailing boats. The boats sent by Mr. Nita's organization, and Mr. Senda has been instructing them. The first case of the instructing the Japanese instructor in Palau. Thank you very much. Please allow me to speak in Japanese. At PSA Palau Sailing Association, on weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, we get together for our activities. And I believe that these kids are really talented children. And so they continue to join weekend activities. And last year, nobody were able to reach the goal. But this year, all the members were able to reach the goal. And some of the members, they sailed in a really nice, good course. Where is your activity, site of the activities? I think we have a Palauan in the room. Well, Japan, the Palau was under Japan's administration at the time. The Japanese, the army used the hydroplane, and that near that site we use the site. It was the shallow, the coastal area, and we were able to use that site. How successful are they in these improving their skills? What do you think?
Let me ask that question later again. But from your point of view, it's excellent? Oh, well, we are doing exercise, and I think that's thanks to the kids. It's not because I'm teaching, but kids learn by themselves from the ocean, and then they feel how the wind goes around and then make efforts to sail better. My power, my help is minimal, so it's up to them to grow, and they did grow so far up to this level. What is the important thing when you teach them how to sail? Some people say, what are you talking about? But it's to wait. Waiting? Yes. I'm not a great sailor, and I cannot give them financial support, but they notice the change of the ocean and think. But before thinking, they realize how the ocean changes and then ask questions like to how they could make the world better for them to live a better life. I don't push them too much. I don't want to have a long-term view. I'm just waiting for them to become Olympic sailor and just wait. I wait them to realize themselves of the necessary things. Olympic athletes are now lining up here on the stage. Oh, great. Thank you. Palau kids, thanks for waiting. I'd like to ask questions to you. Do you have microphones in front of you, everybody? Do you have microphones? Great. Then OP is a small yacht for just one person. And every athlete here, 7 athletes are on driving OP. But what's good about OP? What is interesting about OP? Can you, first Saku, what is good about OP? Well, you can speak in English as well. What's the fun about OP? Yes. Well, I enjoy OP because with everyone, I can drive OP with everyone. I can sail together and compare. And then how to speed up. We can, compete. Let's go to the next athlete, please.
Is that it's fun to sail with everybody and everybody has equal wind, but sometimes us get wind shadowed, mostly by Kai. But the reason why I really like OP, because we go really fast, but our laser is much faster than us, but we like OP because it's easy to use when you begin.
Thank you.
And you? It's on. I like OP because I can practice with everyone. What was it? That's all. Thank you. Next, please.
Today, and for the reason why I like OPTI is because most of the time we love sailing and sometimes we damage the equipment, but our coach, Sensei Yuto, he helps us improve with our skills, and because we all sail together and we try not to get separated, and sometimes in emergencies we have to tie our boats together and go back to the beach, and I hope today is going to be a good day, and thank you for this opportunity.
Very nice, thank you.
What's good about OP is because compared to laser and sniper, it's easy to use and it's not heavy. You don't have to be heavy. You don't have to have a lot of wind, but you can speed up. Thank you. Zhang, please. I like OP because it's a very kind of special compared to engine boat. You grab hand and push, but sailing is board and rudder and a special kind of move is required. It's not like sail. You have to use sail. I like the wind. I like the boat. I like the wind. And OP, you can sail with wind on the ocean. That's great. Thank you. Lastly, not but least, please.
Dinghies, so we can challenge each other and compare our boat speed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Next question to Palau kids. Saku and Zen, you are on Mirai. Can we talk about Mirai a little bit? Do you have microphones? Please hold your microphone. On board during the cruise, what was fun, especially on Mirai cruise? What was fun? What you liked particular work? You enjoyed not sleeping at night, right? Well, I enjoyed that everyone did night watch together and teamwork. We learned a teamwork. That's all. Thank you very much. Zen, please. On board Mirai, what was interesting or fun for you? Right, going up the mast was the biggest fun. That's so tall. You were not scared? Well, in the beginning, yes, I was scared, but then it changed to a joy. And you enjoyed eating, I heard. What was delicious? What food did you eat on board Mirai? Chocolate bread. Chocolate bread you get. What about you, Saku? Everything. Everything was delicious? I see. Mirai, you must be very glad for your comment. Next, Shuri-san, thanks for waiting. Shuri-san, you experienced 2 weeks of cruise on board Mirai. What was impressive for you? Everything was fun. Everything was impressive. That's not too much to say. It's not exaggeration. But what's the most impressive, memorable thing is a sunrise and sunset and the night sky. Well, no, we would eat meal on board on the deck. seeing sunrise and sunset. And Saku then took away my hat and belongings, and I chased them afterwards, and it was a fun. Was it different from seeing the land? Yeah, different. It was very beautiful because there was no obstacle, and the sun looks different from day to day because of the weather, and the scenery is very different even though we looked at the same thing. Shuri-san, before and after the cruise, did you feel that something changed? Yeah. Everyone on board was very intriguing, exciting for me. The waste, I was concerned about waste, but not only waste, but washing and plastic that we use day to day. I started to worry about the amount that I waste every day. Do you feel that you are using a lot every day? Yeah, the refrigerator was floating on the ocean. In the ocean, I heard. I didn't see it by myself, but I heard from others. And having a refrigerator in the ocean, that will become disassembled and then degraded and they become microplastic, and it's very shocking. Yeah, it's shocking. Shiri-san, tomorrow you're going back to the US tomorrow, right? And what sort of activities would you like to be engaged in the future? I don't have a specific, clear goal yet, but in a few months I will graduate from the university. So as a career path, I think I will when selecting career path, I will go back, remember what I experienced on Mirai. It might have changed your life. Yes, thank you very much, Sakaguchi-san. After listening, everyone, do you have any questions to participants?
I have one question. What is your favorite in your country, and also favorite in Japan you've seen in last few days?
One by one. Saku から聞かせて。
Saku, you go first. In Palau, my favorite thing is to be on the sailboat, on the yacht, and in Japan, going to amusement park. I love that.
Part about Palau is that we can go fishing anytime we want, and best part about Japan is that you can eat a lot of good food.
My favorite thing in Palau, my favorite thing to do in Palau is to sail, and my favorite thing to do in Japan is to eat. Thank you.
Well, my favorite thing in Palau is that I like to go fishing. I also like to go swimming. And here in Japan, I think I like Disneyland and the food here. It's really good.
My favorite in Palau is fishing and also swimming. And in Japan, I love cream puffs and also going to the amusement park.
Palau is the clean ocean. And then my favorite thing in Japan is the good food.
My favorite thing in Palau is going to Ngaraard and then just go spearfishing. Well, that's for my brother. I like going fishing. And my favorite thing in Japan is the food, amusement parks, and the drinks. Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you very much for all of that. So this is the end of the open interview by the magazine Kazi, and thank you so much for your responses. Thank you very much. And Ayaha Yaguchi, the interviewer, thank you very much. And Mr. Ramirez and everybody on stage, thank you for your participation. This concludes the day 2 of the Pacific Islands Nations Weeks, the event for Palau Day, the OPRI 100 Persons Program. Thank you very much for your participation. There's going to be a reception party after this on the 10th floor, so that's downstairs. And if you have time, please participate in that reception party. So thank you very much for your participation from the morning today. And we were able to successfully conclude day 2 of our program. Thanks so much.